Perfect. Perfect. What's going on, everybody? Goodness gracious, I even had the dadgum webcam pulled up correctly. You'd think that this was just a big running bit at this point, how often this stuff breaks. This is, oh, you are kidding me. Don't do this to me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, get your lols in. First stream of the season. Came even in prepared. Finally got some parts of Streamlab working that I hadn't gotten back in an awfully long time. And now the dadgum camera didn't work until right now. Thank you so much, Ace. Every single time, Michael. Every single time. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Guess what? Welcome to the Only Bears stream, where you get to learn something about football while openly huffing copium. And boy, do I have some copium to sell you this evening. All jokes aside, can we take a step back for a moment? Here, let me push us to real talk, and let's get real, okay? The Bears are 1-0. I don't need to draw it on the screen for you to see that the Bears are 1-0. And I want to remind you of the Kansas City Chiefs at the start of the year last year, losing a tight one to Detroit. And then I want to remind you of the Buffalo Bills that looked like garbage for the better part of about 7 months. In fact, the great debate was, are they even going to make the playoffs? Then we look at the Packers, who looked like garbage for the better part of 2 months. I mean, Quantum, I'm here for you. No, all that matters, and I really mean this, especially before we talk about rookie quarterback, before we talk about rookie wide receiver, brand new offense, before we talk about any of these excuses that are legitimate, it's week 1 in September in an NFL that only has 3 preseason games, and people play less than ever in those preseason games. Everybody's rusty. Did you guys see the average quarterback performance was like 170 yards? I mean, really think about that for a hot moment. Because I like to consider myself a data-driven person. I'm the one who looked a lot of you guys in the eyes and said, guys, I don't know about this one. When it came to Justin Fields, just this time last year, not this time, but about 1 to 2 weeks into next year. This was a rough week for quarterbacks. It was a disaster all over the league. And so I can't help but look at Caleb's performance, especially when you bring in the way that the Bears defense played. And I kind of come away saying, until we see a lot more evidence that this thing is irreparably broken and there's nothing that we can do about it, which I don't think you're going to see in tonight's film review, then we just got to give this thing more time. Now, Jibby asks, how much are we losing to the Texans by? I think a good 10 points is a healthy estimate. Might be more. I mean, the big X factor is going to be, how does CJ Stroud and the rest of the Texans react to the Bears DB room? Because Tyreek Stevenson, Jalen Johnson, and frankly, Jaquan Brisker, from what I can tell, played a hell of a game. And they're the kinds of DBs that are going to do a lot more frustrating than the Colts DBs are, especially now with Julius Brents hurt and out for the season. So I don't know. Maybe the Texans offense gets shuttered. And if the Texans offense gets shuttered, truly anything's possible, especially because the Bears offense, it would be hard for the Bears offense to perform worse. Can I get that out of the way? Okay, we got 59 people in the chat right now. I'm sure we'll pick up more as we go. Let me be so clear. Caleb Williams played real bad. The offense looked real bad. The interior offensive line was an absolute mess. Frankly, Keenan Allen looked like kind of a bummer. Most of the run game didn't really work. Velus Jones is really, it is driving me crazy how cursed this guy is. I mean, truly, how on earth do you not just drop a kickoff, but you kick the kickoff as hard as you can towards a Titans defender, towards a Titans, not a defender, but a gunner in this case? That is one of the most insanely cursed plays I think I've ever seen. Truly. And as Jibby, as much as you say that, I personally think the context looks better. I really do. Yeah, of course. I'm sure the context looks better, Robert. It was 93 yards. What are you trying to tell me? I'm trying to tell you that the stuff that Caleb got right, his team didn't. The stuff that Caleb got wrong, his team did in a lot of cases. And that makes for a crappy debut. People throw the word unacceptable around, Jib. This is where I'm at, okay? This is, I think, the top line of my take. If you think something's unacceptable, it has to be unacceptable. This was not good. It was not okay. Things have to change. No doubt about all of those statements. But unacceptable, well, as far as rookie debuts go, anything's acceptable. And I mean really anything. Because what are you going to do? Send it back? You only get one. And so I do think that it's easy to overreact. Let's see. Is it? No. That's the thing, though, Jibby. It's not. Here's the problem I have with this. Caleb racks up 93 yards on 29 passes. It's awful, right? But he doesn't throw an interception. He throws one turnover-worthy play, and it's the only reason that the Bears, despite an awful offense, like, given everything that happened, look at the Broncos game, is what I think I'm trying to get at here, right? You look at the Broncos game, and you see a similar Broncos team that caught every break they possibly could. They lose in part because, Bo Nix throws two unbelievable interceptions that make him look like he can't see anything because there's three more that got dropped. That's my take. Look, it's totally just my opinion that when I look at Caleb, I saw somebody who was at least identifying where the ball should go. It just didn't go there well, and it looked awful. He looked out of rhythm. He missed almost every throw he attempted, I swear. I mean, he was inaccurate as all hell, but his eyes settled on the right place most of the time. And as far as what I'm looking for, that's the process I want, as opposed to just raw results. Jib, where I'm at, 200 yards in a game like in a game like that would have been awesome. But would they have really told us anything? Trevor Lawrence threw for 300 yards in his first start and then didn't crack 300 yards for another 9 weeks. This thing takes time. And I hear you. It's okay if you want to jump off a bridge. I mean, this is Bears fandom. But I can't help but look at Caleb and see a kid who was unbelievably nervous, obviously lying about not getting nervous, trying to overthrow everything, but mostly looking in the right zone of the field. That's just that's just where I'm at. But I mean, I don't know. I think it's just a little ridiculous to go run and claim that somebody's not the guy or the guy after one game. It's September, but we got plenty of time to talk about the offense later. I want to start. I want to start with the defense, because one thing that started to frustrate me. Look, okay. Sidebar, I guess. Aside from just editing being the editor in chief of DeBear's blog, I work 2 different jobs, which is great. I mean, family needs it and family comes first. But it does mean that I don't have time to pull an all-nighter the afternoon or the night before the QB tape gets released and pump out content like some of the other people on the internet do. That means that usually by the time you get here, you've seen at least 3 QB breakdowns, and there's nothing I can do about that. I can walk you through the run game because literally nobody else will, right? But the main thing that I've started to realize that you find here is actually talking about the defense. And we'll do some talking about the defense. It's funny, I don't know. I think that it's easy to be unbelievably dramatic. I really do about this game. Maybe that's me just being excited that the Bears won a game and really not giving a darn about how they looked. But when I watch this defensive tape, I see a lot of individual matchups that the Bears won against guys they should beat. I mean, they're not going to play Dylan Radins and his backup every single week. They're not going to play a rookie left tackle who looked like a rookie every single week. I think Billings and occasionally Dexter, but it was mostly Billings, beating Skoronski means something, but just about nobody else on that offensive line is particularly lethal when it comes to the Titans. So that plus Jalen Johnson putting DeAndre Hopkins and Calvin Ridley in straps doesn't mean anything either, because I came into the game saying that I think they're good players that are past their prime, and I thought they looked like it on Sunday. But let me see. Why, Jibby? Out of curiosity, why do you need negativity? Really? I mean, I think that there's all kinds of people. That's I don't know. I think it's tough talking about this team sometimes because I do feel like a whole lot of people run to negativity as if it's or as if it's 100% truth. I'm gonna give you the truth. I'm gonna give you realistic. I really am. I have no intent of selling you some copy. What's the word? Uh, like some nice story that you can go to sleep with. Because what's the point? At the end of all this, what we wanted to see is better play. We didn't get it on Sunday, but we did, I think, get a much. I don't know. Let's just get into the tape, shall we? But so one thing we are going to try, or at least I'm going to try, is uh, let's get the now discussing updated. Let's go Bears defense. Bears defense. You know, as much most of the time, Jib, coping is quote unquote all we've got. But if you believe that Caleb's not it, I gotta ask you this. Being honest with you, okay? Like at this point, you could take this as a challenge if you'd like. But if you believe it's over, what's the point? Right? But no, Draco, I mean, I get you there. Catch you soon, Woo. Happy to see you. Um, Draco, there were a lot of these that I definitely thought Caleb would have hit in his first day. And as soon as he started missing them, I was like, I do this every time, don't I? I did this with Mitch back in the day before I was making content, thinking that he was going to immediately look better than Mike Glennon. I did the same thing with Justin Fields, thinking that he'd bring an element that Andy Dalton didn't have. And you put these rookies back behind the pocket and they freak out almost unilaterally. And then at this point is the answer that all three, Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix, and Caleb Williams, plus probably Drake May, all suck. I mean, if you want to come to that conclusion today, then okay, you're done. It's over. But it's probably over for Trevor Lawrence. I mean, I guess if theoretically, if I walk down the list, maybe it's over for Joe Burrow. Maybe it's over for near anybody through under 200 yards. And you might look at most of those names and say, yeah, it is. It is over for them. And at that point, I don't know. I mean, as much as I would love for Caleb to be an elite guy, I've talked about this before. I might be the only one that's okay if Caleb Williams ends up Kyler Murray or average in that case, maybe slightly above average. The Bears haven't had anything stable in an awfully long time. And Caleb had plenty of growing moments that we'll go over later. And if I sound upbeat about it, it's because the doom and gloom was immediate. I mean, watching that game, he was awful. And I'm not about to look at you guys and say anything that he did was particularly acceptable, but it's one NFL game. And I don't know. Like, can't look at you and cite a bunch of Hall of Famers, but I could definitely look at you and say that Josh Allen looked awful in his first game. This was a bad matchup, way worse than I envisioned because Devontae Sweat looked like a beast. Mahomes didn't have you got to remember, Jib, Mahomes didn't have a week one debut. He sat for 15, 16 weeks. The only one that we got was Allen. But you mentioned nothing near Allen or nothing near Mahomes or Rodgers. Rodgers sat too. We just never saw these games. Josh Allen is probably, which I know the moment you start making Josh Allen comparisons, you're already in hot water. So forgive me in this kind of case. But I just think jumping off of all of this gets way too far. Josh what is this? Did he play the whole game? No, he played one half of the game. I have no idea what happened for the other, but he had 74 yards in his first. Are we talking about Tory Taylor? Because I'm all about that. But so I don't know, man. It's like, let me see. What is this? Looking good for a 6th-round pick. Oh, that Taylor, Darrell Taylor. I gotcha. Look, all I'm saying, Jibby, is there's a point where I feel like there's a lot of ways to try to say what I think I'm trying to say, but I'll try one more time and we'll get to some defense, okay? Because I think it's necessary. We got to talk about Caleb early. The Bears are locked in. Whether you like it or not, you got to play the waiting game. Because if they had something to celebrate, we'd be celebrating it. Caleb looked really bad. especially compared to a lot of rookies when it comes to results. I think the process was all right, but very bad. I mean, mostly just talking about his eyes, I guess, because his pocket footwork was super hit and miss. He was very jumpy. He tried to throw a fastball on everything. Felt like a sixth of his passes got batted, which is never good. And the only thing he didn't do is throw an interception, which he tried to do. He just threw it so hard, it came streaking off the safety's shoulder pad, skied up into the air, and Rome happened to catch it, and then he fumbled. And then somebody else dove on it because it was just that kind of game. Nobody could do anything right, apparently. Caleb throws a touchdown pass to Keenan Allen. It gets dropped. Tries to throw a second, but Coleman Shelton gets deleted up front, and that's just that. Keenan Allen's open earlier in the game, misses him. Caleb Williams has Keenan Allen wide open in the middle of the field. Kari Blasingame blows a block, and Caleb can't get the throw off. Would have been nice if he got it off, but a rookie being slightly tardy, whoa, color me shocked. I don't know. There's an element of like, well, what then? With Fields, there was a conversation. The Bears had 2 first-round picks. You could start talking about it because we were in year 3, and it was reasonable that the team might move on. Where the Bears are at now, we've got Caleb for 2 years. And if you think he's awful, well, then strap in, I guess, or find a different team, which is not me trying to push you to a different team. It's to say football's supposed to be fun. And if this isn't fun and you're not having fun, then put it on ice for a little bit. I love football, and at least when I'm watching Caleb, what I see is a player who found where he needed to push the ball. We attacked the middle of the field, we attacked the sidelines, and we were able to, actually the short stuff looked awful. And by all of it looked awful, right? Miscommunicates with Keenan Allen, miscommunicates with Rome Odunze, throws high and wide at different points to DJ Moore, misses a flat route so badly that it looks like it's haunting him, among others. It was a messy day for the rookie quarterback, but I guess I felt like it was a whole performance. It was what we were looking for, done really badly. Instead of, we've all seen the passing chart, right? With Fields throwing exclusively outside the numbers, which is an expression of the limitations that we heard Tomlin even talk about openly. He said, we're looking at we're going to maintain, I think he said we're going to be non-rhythmic in our passing game, which is one of the weirder things that I think I've heard a head coach say about their offense. And all that says is Fields can do some things, can't do others. We're going to work with what he can do, and that's that. But I don't know. I guess, let me see. Let's see. Can't love football without ever having a QB. No, I get you. I just think that you need time. The whole thing. Let's see. And that's the thing. Look, I actually don't like Bearski, not to pick on you, right? People are going to bring up Peyton Manning. John Elway almost came out of my mouth. Y'all, it's okay to say Caleb played badly and not immediately compare him to Hall of Famers. We need time here. We thought Jordan Love looked like garbage, and then he wasn't garbage at all. Because it can take a hot minute for an entire offense to congeal and find something together. It's a team sport, after all. I think that Caleb looked like he's got a lot of growing to do. I don't know if he's going to do it in 1 week. Which is part of why I kind of think we need to strap in. What I think matters, truly, what I think matters is that the Bears got to win. Because they got to win, you can lose. And if you lose against the Texans, extra credit game might win. It's the NFL. But if you lose, you're 1-1. You roll into Indianapolis. I think the goal is to come out of September 2-2. Personally, if you come out of September 2-2, then you just got to play Carolina. I think after that, it's Washington. After that, I think they have a bye. They come back and they play the Jags. It's that order. I don't know if I got it right. As a matter of fact, I think it's Carolina, then it's the Jags, then they take a break, then they play the Commanders. And the Commanders look awful too, but that's separate. So if you get to that point, now you're looking at maybe 4-3, maybe 5-2, maybe, because the hope would be that just the rest of the team can pick up and win some of these football games. But that's just my 2 cents, is you needed this win. You needed it. because now the rest of September can play out and you'll be ready for it. But I think it's easy. Let's see. Just double the passing yards, add one touchdown, and then any Bears quarterback would have good passing stats. John, how do you get to double it? But anyways, look, y'all, football's a process game. We've talked. I hope that we've talked about it enough that you've seen that football is a matter of how do you try to do something, and we'll get there as we walk through this. And yeah, I'm with you, Lewis. Like we're going to move on, but I guess I'm trying to just process it out. I can't help but let's see. So we think he can reach a slower Russell Wilson. Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I sure hope so. As a matter of fact, it's worth remembering Russ basically never throws over the middle of the field either. Like Caleb hit I know, small beans, but he hit a slant. He hit a curl. He hit throws that were. I sound like such a doofus. Look, Caleb actually tried to throw over the middle of the field as a rookie, and he did so mostly safely. Most of the rookies that I've seen try to throw over the middle of the field get picked almost immediately. That's my experience. Go back and watch Bryce Young's first game against the Falcons, and you'll see Jesse Bates living in his nightmares. But Caleb saw windows and threw at him and found the windows. And then he overthrew more on one window that wasn't there, but that's rookie quarterbacking for you. And Michael, let me see. Yeah, the save time to develop like Bajent did. Caleb's thrown in there immediately. I think he obviously looked nervous. I mean, the Caleb that I feel like I saw just wasn't the Caleb that was on USC's film. That's not even saying Caleb, I don't know, 300 yards. It's not a number, right? Caleb to me looked jumpy, and he looked like he was trying to throw everything way too hard and that he'd gotten way too tense during whether it's the pregame process or whether it was everything falling apart after the sack. I don't know. Don't live in his brain. But all of this is to say that I think we got to take a breath, truly. I mean, it's a Titans team that has some dogs up front, clearly. Jeff Simmons was living in Tevin's nightmares, and T'Vondre Sweat was a beast. But let me see. Who are we talking about? Michael Perez? Well, TV, I think Michael is saying the same thing you are, I think, where, Jib, if we're here, so look, let me tell you where I feel, okay? Jibby, when we used to talk about Tyreek Stevenson, I told you got to give rookies a year. We used to talk about Kyler Gordon. I said you got to give rookies a year. I, sitting here, wanted to give Caleb a year, but I will make a compromise with most of you and say, let's check back in November. We're going to check back in every week, okay? If you know this channel at all, we're going to go through all the nitty gritty, whether it's good or bad. But you got to see a step better than 148 yards of total offense against Houston. That's near non-negotiable. I mean, you're not going to bench Caleb either way, but if we're looking for progress, it's got to look better than 93 yards. Crack 100 yards passing for the love of goodness. But before we expect to see the whole package come together, I think you got to wait until at least around November-ish, because that's pretty normal. 8 weeks if he's a normal dude. Ben, I guess I look at him and I think he deserves the same rookie track anybody else does, because if he ends up a normal good quarterback, then that's a massive win for the Bears. If he ends up, I think everybody's stuck on the generational thing, I guess, but I don't think you could have put Marvin Harrison around Justin Fields and expected drastically better results. It's still too limited a team. I really believe that. And so what would the aim have been trading down? The way the team's built right now is my preference. So you're talking to somebody who believes in this thing. But we got to give it some time, because very few, if ever, rookies come out slinging. Dude, I know it's the number 1 overall pick, like for a reason, but you've seen the stat. Rookie quarterbacks playing at number 1 overall were 0-14-1 in coming into the game. And Caleb played like somebody who should have been 0-15-1 and joined the statistic. So you can kind of see why it works that way. But it's obviously a different situation, different scenario. I didn't think the Bears receivers were, well, let's get there later. Let's talk some defense. But so let's start at the top. I think it's easy. Especially when we watch this Bears defense, you're going to see a lot of Will Levis and these Titans trying to run the ball early. And early, it's pretty standard, right? I mean, the Titans aren't doing anything particularly interesting. This is just outside zone with a sift going the other way. So we've got a running back cutting across. Everybody else is just walking up. And here, it's as simple as Javon Dexter and Montez Sweat win their gaps. And when they do, play over. And that happened truly early in the game. This was the story. Mano a mano blocking, and the Titans just lost all their matchups up front, which I guess it's a good thing. If you're looking for a big step from Dexter, that would start the game off with a Dexter run stop. I'm about it. Then you move on to play number 2, and immediately, check this out, you will see a lot of it. Cover 2, baby. The Bears lined up in cover 2 and sat and got ready to roll for most of the game. Montez Sweat made it clear to Tennessee that you are not going to get away with just natural chipping him. I love this formation from Tennessee because basically it denies Montez Sweat the ability to go around the edge. But, well, bang. He says weight room to Nicholas Petit-Ferrer. No chance on that. And I mean, I could sit here and act like I'm gassing things up. MPF is not that great at tackle. This is Nicholas Petit-Ferrer, NPF. And he's going to need some help because he basically doesn't have a chance against that kind of long arm. And on the second play of the game, gets sat down, which is all you can do. But so, hey, let's calm down, everybody. Let's calm down. Hey, I'm serious, everybody. The Bears won a game. Normally, I'm the person normally I like to think I'm the person who looks into the camera and says, I know they won, but jeepers, guys. But this team of all teams is supposed to grow. Brand new offensive coordinator, rookie quarterback who plays the game in a helter-skelter way and was always going to need growth as an NFL passer. Rookie wide receiver who just sprained his knee. Thank goodness it's a grade 1 sprain, but man, did seeing that freak me out. Like, we got time for this thing to figure it out because it was always going to be it was always going to be the kind of game that you had to figure out. But maybe I'm crazy, right? Maybe the fact that I told all of you guys going into this game that I thought it was going to be ugly. I thought Caleb was going to play worse than people expected. And I thought the defense was going to have to find a way to figure it out. I mean, I'm sure in the few days leading up, guys like Nick got me really amped up. Like, I get it. Everybody was amped up. We were talking about 4,000 yards just a little while ago. But every time I've been asked to preview the Titans, I've tried as best I can to keep that scoreline as close to like 20 to 17. And it was nearly that. I mean, all this to say, hey, one other thing that I want to throw at you guys, just begging the question. Caleb plays terribly. Bears win anyways. Yes or no? Give me a poll. Is this the game you needed to see from Eberflus? Is it? Because I thought the fact that the special teams and the defense rallied back the way they did and even found ways to score was admirable to the point where I don't know that it's going to fully flip me, but if you want to make a statement as a coach, especially a statement as a coach that is governing the development of a rookie quarterback, that's a loud one, in my opinion. Where now Caleb gets to sit back and say, first of all, Case, I agree with you that it means if the defense plays well, they're a dangerous team. But also, Case, I'll throw this at you. Caleb has lost every game in his life that he's played like that for good reason. It was a bad game, right? But I can only imagine what it was for Caleb to see his NFL squad find a way to win anyways. And there he is getting a post-game interview. You can nearly see tears in his eyes if you haven't gone and watched it. I remember watching it right after the game where Caleb's trying not to explicitly say, I just about lost this game for us and my team figured it out anyways. And what a message that is. What a message that is for Caleb to get the A on the group project without having done anything on it. Because I don't think he's ever had that in his life. So roll out and find a way to rally back or find a way to learn something from it. Here, let's see, first third down of the season, and we've got both linebackers mugged up against the line and at least tuned. They both drop out. You get a throw that's just not close enough. And we also get the first Darrell Taylor pass rush of the season. And he's making J.C. Latham look like a rookie, especially on a play like this. He gets Levis leaning. He rips the ball. It's not accurate enough. Kudos to Taylor, by the way. He looks fast. It can be that simple. Like, he's just bendy and quick, and he's up against a rookie. Here's a question, Jib. Just to use an example, because I like to think that J.C. Latham is not a Bear, and he's not somebody that any of us are looking at saying that we have like what's the word? We don't have a bias towards J.C. Latham. Latham got chewed up and spat out by a guy who just got traded for a 6th round pick. Does that mean Latham is a bust? I think that's silly. And I would have told you the same thing about Darnell Wright, who looked very good in this game. He's a rookie. Rookies are bad. And that's just the gist of it. It always has been. Our hope here with Caleb is that he's a little faster to come along than most rookies, and he's ready to do something, in my opinion, by week 10. But obviously, you're not going to get very far if you're putting out 93 yards in a game. You can't do that. When I say struggling, I'm talking like 185 efficient yards, maybe even 220. But yeah, exactly, Jeremy. We wouldn't be Bears fans if we weren't overreacting. We love making a meal out of things, don't we? But I don't know, Jib. I think it's very easy to say that, but they're playing some really, really poor teams, and it's the NFL. I mean, if you can shutter teams, you can go a long way. This is a sweet little roll. Here we're back on 1st and 10. Bears got the stop. So this is after the Bears' first, I believe it's a 3 and out, and the punt that landed on the 5 that rolled into the end zone. No, I'm not mad about it. You're mad about it. Bears are going to start with what looks like cover 2. They're going to roll Jaquan Brisker up into the box, partially because they see some of the motions that pull across the field. As soon as he pulls across, he's going to step forward, and Gordon's supposed to pop out. But then 15 doesn't commit to it, so now they got 9 in the box. He can't block Brisker. Brisker rolls up, makes a tackle. You want to see a nice little Olay right here? Here it is. Look at Brisker versus this receiver. Receiver's going to fly through the lane. Olay. Full face plant. I love seeing this stuff. And they're actually watching the All-22 always throws or like shows off some things. At least I think so. Boom. Which 1v1s? Like, you talk about this, for instance? Because I'd actually say that's a pretty solid edge set. But to each their own. Then on this play, you get Nicholas Petit-Ferrer jumping off early. We got a false start on that right tackle. Whoosh. 5 yards the other way. Man, Spector, he can play backer. He really can. Austin, it's September. I think that it's easy to forget that when the regular season turns on, everything matters. Of course it does. But these guys are rustier than they've ever been. Who played worse, Levis or Caleb? That's the thing, John. Okay, so John, I think, is going to get at a question that I'll answer now so that we can try to get on track here. I don't know why I didn't think this through well. But so here's the problem, okay? John, at the end of the day, what's the goal of football? What's the goal of football? Being completely serious. Like, the goal is to score points, right? Not being pedantic. Just looking at this as the aim of the game is to win. It's to score points. And Caleb did nothing at all. Squandered opportunity after opportunity. Picked up a few cheap first downs. Led one field goal drive, if memory serves. And I think the other 2 were served up for him, right? Cost the Bears a field goal when they ended up with a fairly decent sudden change, right? But no, actually, they drove down and then they botched it. But anyways, when a quarterback goes, like the Richardson game, John, you tell me, Anthony Richardson goes 9 for 19. 9 for 19 In that game, he throws 215 yards. His offense scores 27 points. One of those throws is like a 60-yarder that he just guns down the field. That's one of them for a touchdown. Is this a good game? Right? Well, it's horribly inefficient, especially according to quarterback or like completion percentage, because it's sub 50% or it's sub 50%, but it results in a solid like core of points. And they lose in part because their defense is bad, but you gotta ask these questions sometimes of, is this a good game? And I'm not even gonna look at you and tell you yes or no. What I'm more saying is, when you make plays that score points, people are kinder to you. The inverse is true. I agree with all the Bears fans. I'm curious to hear what you think, John. The main reason I would have told you Levis played better up until he throws the pick to until he throws the pick to Tyreek Stevenson, and that is going to tank your grade. Caleb Williams comes away with a 55 quarterback rating or passer rating. It's bad. Bo Nix does worse, despite the fact that Bo Nix had 1.5 times his yards at like 138 yards, because Bo Nix throws 2 picks, so he ends up with a 33 passer rating, which I believe is right near the range of, if you had just thrown the ball into the ground, you end up with about a 30-ish passer rating over time. All I'm trying to say here, because this is kind of the core that I'm looking at, is Caleb didn't do anything. Like Jibby, if Jibby was still here, yeah, he squandered tons of opportunities. Shane Waldron and the Bears actually tried to put the weight of the offense on him, but he didn't throw the game away. I didn't think he looked. It's weird, right? Normally when I see lost in a quarterback, I see a quarterback that's looking around and doesn't know where he's trying to go with the ball and dunks it down to the check down a bunch, just like Tyson Bagent frankly did, and rides whatever the offense is able to do. Caleb's eyes seemed like they're in the right place, and oh my goodness, he just did everything else wrong. He guns one throw way too far. He drops a snap here. He guns another throw way too deep in. He guns another throw behind his guy. I mean, we've all seen, I assume, most of these different plays where, sure, there's some story maybe to it, but at the end of the day, it's not good enough. But it was an unusual kind of not good enough, in my opinion, because I thought a lot of the decisions were solid, but the physical mistakes were just all over the place. All over the place. Dropping a snap on 3rd down and ending up not converting it because of it, sheesh, dude, that is embarrassing. And he looked embarrassed. So, I don't know. I mean, it's funny. You ask, who played worse, Levis or Caleb? Well, I think Caleb had an embarrassing game, and I think Levis lost his team the game. I mean, I think that they could have gone out there and taken knees and beaten the Bears, but they didn't, and so they didn't. Which, when you let the other team beat you like that, first of all, that's Chicago for you, and second of all, that's worse than the other guy who won because it didn't happen. But anyways, that's my take, is there are worse things than doing absolutely nothing. But it was awful. I mean, across the board, the offense was terrible. Let's watch more defense. What's the down? Is it first down? Okay, we're going to focus on defense as best we can. Let's see. 2nd down and 14. I do like the fact that on 2nd and 14, the Bears are willing to invite a run game open. Like, this is a pass rush look. And I appreciate that the Bears aren't pretending like they need to sit in their base nickel set and that they can go wide and invite the run, because it's not going to be efficient on this case. I also think, by the way, I want to say something really positive about All-21 here. I didn't see anything. You can take a look and see if you find something that I didn't. But 91 was just a guy, and that's okay. 3rd and 13. It's funny, too. We've talked about checks before. Look at them making a check right here. You cannot, against empty, play cover two under any circumstance. But the moment that they pull this receiver inside the formation out of true spread empty, Byard pops up and they check, and suddenly they're back in cover two landmarks because they're going to, that's what they're going to roll out with. Cover two on third down, nowhere for Levis to go. Ball comes out quick. TJ Edwards makes the tackle. I always think the check game is so interesting, and it's part of football that people don't talk about, right? Where when they're sitting out here, this is motion, and this is frankly motion working against you. I think they have a much cleaner look at this point. But once they motion this guy in, now the Bears check to something that they play in all the time. Stevenson pushes out. They change the play, and everybody's on the same page that once they see that motion, they're pivoting to cover two. And once they do, that frees up Byard and Brisker to frankly not be involved. And TJ Edwards is able to get downhill. Austin, appreciate the pumpkin emote. If you guys haven't checked out the Bear With Us podcast, feel free to do it. It's a great little show that me and Nick Whalen put together. Like the stream if you're enjoying this. We're going to talk through the defensive story here. And a lot of the pass rush outside of Sweat wasn't really working early, but you can already see that they're going to get many, many more chips involved. Look at number 2 here. That's a full chip on Montez Sweat so that he can try to slow something down in the pass rush. And by the way, Dexter plays thank you, Jibby. I appreciate that. And that's the other thing, Jibby. If you think we're a good podcast, I'm the negative one on the show. Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you, Jib. Like, I am the realist. I'm the one who started talking. Anyways, it's not about laps. It's not about victories. It's more about, if I learned anything last year, my biggest learning curve. Also, you got to remember, I live in Dallas, right? In Dallas, they win the October Super Bowl every single year, right? This, and then defense, I promise, okay? Every year, there's a team that looks like kings around week 9. You guys can think about it. It was the Bengals a couple years ago. It's usually the Cowboys in like at some stage of the season. The Eagles were red hot until their offense broke in 2023, and then they limped into the playoffs and they got slaughtered by the Buccaneers. They were put out to pasture. Stew on that for a minute. All this to say that, Jib, I live in both worlds. I can understand that if the Bears just annihilated the Titans 40-3, we'd go, oh my God, we're winning the Super Bowl. And we would ignore all of this. But Jay, did I? Let me fix that. Is it not on Apple? It's supposed to be on Apple. It's on Spotify. But anyways, the point being, everybody, that I get it. Being a Bears fan is plenty of times like living in a constant cold shower. You want the hot shower, then you don't get it. Now you've got a cold shower, and it keeps you grounded, right? And the grounded take is September results don't matter. Rudy, it'll be later. September style points don't matter. September results do. Your wins and your losses are as close as you're going to get. Every team evolves. All of them do. It's just a matter of how you evolve. Do you evolve worse? Do you evolve better? I'm with you, Bear Truth, where I would love to look at more pressure. I think that there's going to be guys out there. Y'all, have you thought about the fact that the Jets, the Bengals, the Jets, the Bengals, the Commanders, and there's going to be more, look terrible. They look really, really bad. Give me just a moment. Alumni call. Should have had it screened. Anyways, the point being when I talk about this, that there should be some decent pass rushers that end up available if they stay this bad. I mean, I think that there's always a chance that you may be able to get DeMarcus Lawrence off of Dallas if Dallas turns south, but they don't look that bad. And like you're saying, Joven, it's very possible that you could end up with some of these teams that get right back on track. But the Bengals in particular, I'm worried about. I really am. I mean, after all, Jibby, to use the example, right? Because I love bringing you back into this, that the Bengals came out of their joint practice with Chicago saying, whoa, 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 everybody, don't get mad at us. The Bears just look good. Well, maybe they looked a lot better than the Bengals. And maybe that means the Bengals are in real trouble, right? So we'll see. I mean, like you're saying, Rudy, Reddick could be available. I think the staff in New York's gonna have to get fired first before they start trading anybody. But yeah, Jim, they got smoked by a real tough Patriots team. Jay, you mentioned centers or right guards. They just don't move much, right? And I mean, like, teams don't trade them. Any center is currently starting at center, but defensive pass rushers, they get moved because there's value in it. So maybe it's a Trey Hendrickson type, maybe it's a Jonathan Allen, but I think that there can be one, or there can be something that comes up later in that capacity. But we'll get there when we get there. I thought that Dexter looked plenty playable. And I should also point out that Dexter had a pretty good matchup. I mean, let's just be realistic. I think Andrew Billings massively outplayed Dexter, but that's partially because I think Andrew Billings is a whole dog. And he looked like a whole dog, especially the second half, y'all. Andrew Billings came out of that second half, and whatever Matt Eberflus said to the locker room, here's just some motion. If you need me, by the way, to what's the word? If you need me to walk through any play that I just skim over, then let me know. All the other content creators, they just cut the play altogether. But I figure I'm long-winded enough that you can see it before we talk about something else. On the last one, every once in a while on these naked boots, you're just going to get caught, right? The Titans, in my opinion, Jibby, what they did that started working is that they started using a lot of misdirection and they took advantage of it. Here, let's get to the title, or let's get to this angle. This one's way better. This kind of play, I think, is pretty solid. I've seen it called long trap in the past, where you basically down block everybody and you pull, whether it's a tight end or sometimes it's a tackle. You're just going to pull somebody across the formation and you stun Darrell Taylor. And Taylor is not an edge setter. This is the guy who's supposed to get the edge set and keep the running back from doing literally this, but he doesn't. And so the Bears have to rally and make a tackle, but the Titans are starting to run the ball. So you mentioned Spectre. Did they avoid Billings all game? Not quite, but they use a bunch of misdirection. Like, they started to just get beat. So they turned towards designer runs and starting to target the rookie. Look, I love Austin Booker, and we'll see him show up later, but especially when they started getting the ball out wide on some of these, they punished the fact that the Bears just didn't make a bunch of spectacular plays early in the game, and especially when on a play like this, that's got to be TJ Edwards' guy. He misses him, so does Tremaine. Suddenly something that was 5 yards turns into 15. And it starts to feel like the Titans are grading on you, and I mean, they were on this drive, but a huge part of that is as simple as the Bears got a tackle. Like, I'd love to tell you that some of that is, oh, this is that scheme, whatever. Some of it's you just got to make a tackle when you presented the opportunity. Here, Bears play more cover 2. Oh, no, they don't. They're going to drop. They play cover 3 here. Or maybe... Always hard to tell with some of these, because the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm thinking that it's just man for Kyler right here, and that he's just covering him in man, which a lot of times in certain nickel situations, you'll just lock the man off right there, like whoop, 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 padlock, right? And you just lock the nickel. So it could be that they're playing cover 2, but within this front, I wouldn't know. We'd have to be in the room. But Taylor is flying around the edge. if there's one thing I'll mention about Taylor, it's that he is a wide rusher. I see him as a younger version of Unique Ngakoue, which means all the same dirty work and all the same kind of garbagey sacks sometimes. Whereas Demarcus Walker was working his guy. He's much more physical. You could see it here, right? Where Demarcus Walker is going to work through Latham. And look at Latham. This is a top 10 pick in the draft. And he's getting beat by a guy making $7 million a year because being a rookie in the NFL is hard. And you see it across the board. Like, Jibby, how many yards Marvin Harrison have in this last week? I mean, I think it's funny, right? Where I'm with you. Know that my soul is with you when it comes to talking about how disappointed you are that Caleb didn't throw for 200 yards and you didn't have a highlight package to go back and look at and feel like the Bears have the guy. I get it. But look around the league. Marvin Harrison's considered a generational wide receiver. Does he suck because I don't think he had 10 yards total. Malik Neighbors' team had what? 3 points top to bottom, with the Giants. I'm there with you, Jib, where it doesn't look I don't know. It's funny you say I wanted him to look competent. Look at Purdy. Go back and watch rookie Purdy. Purdy looks freaked out, and you'd say 7th round pick. Come on, but he looks really composed because you can't fake experience, and you were never able to. Here they rally tackle. Titans do a solid job, honestly, on this of just spear screening, which I actually like this. It's so simple, but look at how easy this is, where you get the Bears into their standard 2-high look. You've got 1, 2, 3 guys over here, but when you look at this, do you think screen? I don't. It's a nice little screen design, and it's easy. I even think Tremaine Edmonds does a decent job trying to defend it, but there's just way too much space. And so the Titans don't even block all that well, but you're able to get the running back pushing forward. And then from there, he gets the line to gain. There are some pieces to what the Titans did on offense where I really thought that Callahan came up with some really fun stuff, especially as we'll see in the second quarter. I thought the run game things that they pulled out were awesome. I mean, they yanked all the stops out, and you could hear Flus in the locker room, not literally, but you could hear Flus starting to beg the question on who's going to come up and make a play. Like, for instance, this run look is so fun to me. I love these things. Like, you get a false toss this way with a wind back element so that you've got an option on tape about, am I going to run it to the left or am I going to run it to the right? And you have an inside option. This is a triple option, for the love of goodness. Seriously? Are we running triple option in the NFL? Because I think we are. And it's Booker that they're targeting. And then it's Kyler Gordon on the other side of the edge. And he misses a tackle, meaning that a 0-yard gain becomes a 7-yard gain. And that's always a setup for a problem. Let me see. Chicago, did I have yeah. Edmonds is not a guy who wants to come off blocks very well, but he is the guy who I think tipped the game. Let me see. What did he say, Drex? Oh, you mean the bit where Brian Callahan said, I told Will, basically don't do anything stupid, and here we are. Like, I'm paraphrasing, but you could hear Brian Callahan hot under the collar. Like, we had that game, and we threw it away. R.I.P. Danny Green. Here you get a check into a run straight at Austin Booker, which they did a lot. Yeah, we could have punted on 1st and 10 and we would have won the game. That is a hell of a quote. Every time the Bears wanted to get Austin Booker into the game, unfortunately, the Titans targeted him directly. I mean, I wish that was an over-exaggeration, but it was as simple as, oh, the Rook's in the game. Go get him. And Latham hits one of the nastiest run blocks he's going to hit all game on this play right here. Grab the shoulders, work the linebacker, and from there the running back is able to really start picking up steam. It's a good check by the Titans, and the Bears just need to win more matchups. It doesn't help anything that Andrew Billings, rather than playing the run, is looking to penetrate because the Bears are starting to get misdirected on, so he just plays it wrong. And if Billings is right here, then obviously that's going to make the run a lot tougher. But unfortunately, this Bears defense kind of does live and die off of what number 97 does. And if 97 smells quarterback and they run the ball, well, Bears kind of get caught with their pants down in many cases. Here, once again, Austin Booker on the left side of the line. Titans run. Best play of the day for Tennessee. I know they've got a couple of passes later in the game that work out for them, but in my opinion, there's nothing cleaner than a long run. And Tyreek Stevenson does not help on this one. I like Tyreek Stevenson a lot, and he jumps down to try to set the edge on a play where little does he realize there is no edge to set and nobody's home. So once he's gone, you need Brisker or you need TJ Edwards to find something, and they don't. So Tajay Spears, I think it's Spears, right? 20. He hustles by everybody and he's gone. You see it a lot clearer from here. It's a nice run design. I mean, just basic power, but the left guard, that's Skoronski, right? So Skoronski is going to come flying around the 11th overall pick, and he detonates TJ Edwards the moment that Edwards can't set that edge. And truly, I mean, who's going to? Then you need Brisker to find this alley. He doesn't. And that's a score. You'd love that edge to be a little cleaner set, but it's just a good play against the right front. I mean, you probably want a little more from the edge that's in Booker's position in this case. Like this technique right here has access to squeezing this gap, but 94 is not going to win against Latham. That's 5th round pick versus a top 10 pick. Goodbye. And Chauvin, you mentioned a hold. Like you're talking about Booker being held right here. Is that what we're saying? That's a hold? Because here's the thing. You got to have a certain element of strength if you're going to get these holding calls. Unfortunately, Chauvin, if you played Chasey Latham, we're talking about Brisker? Let's see. A little, but I think Brisker's got to sell it better. Both of them do. Like, you could argue both of these plays right here are holds, but they're not going to get called if they're Bears. They're not going to get called if they're Titans. If you're outstrengthening the guy across from you, you shouldn't put yourself basically in position for the ref to make the play on your behalf. Like you're saying, Ben, Brisker's probably got to fall down. Zoe, how you doing? What's up? We're in here coping. But we're talking defense first. Jeez. Okay, it's 9:15. So maybe we could finish defense and then only do like maybe we'll be done by midnight. Maybe. But anyways, then we get the sudden change. This is the Velas drive, and Montez Sweat decides, I'm that dude. The Bears pivoted it. So normally I've only seen Montez work from this side of the field. But then they changed sides because they said, okay, you know what? You want to exclusively run to the left? Sure, fine. See how that works. Montez is not necessarily he's one of the best defenders that the Bears have. I don't want to make him more than he is, but you put a tight end up against him, yeah, he's not getting blocked. Long arm, into the tackle, done. Jibby, I can honestly tell you that I think JT O'Sullivan's breakdown gets you a lot of mileage here, where we can talk about the offense, but you can also wake up and see it in the morning when I talk through it, and then you can message me on Twitter if you have any questions. I'm always happy to talk to you about it. But JT's breakdown is a great sermonization of, I think, the Bears offense. And you'll hear him go after Caleb, and you'll hear him, and you'll see the plays that were there to be made that Caleb is targeting. And if you feel like I do, maybe you don't. I think on nearly any other day, Caleb makes at least 60% of those throws. The ones that he just flat missed. That's really all I'm looking at here, is Caleb was so uncharacteristically inaccurate that I cannot help but think that there's more that there's better things that are coming. Because if Caleb throws for 140 yards and a score, like, I don't think anybody's freaking out. Would you be freaking out? Right? If you hit the Keenan Allen throw down the sidelines and then Keenan catches the ball in the end zone. Just those two plays. So we're at about 130 yards and a score. Are you like, well, okay, at least it was bad, but it's better, right? But Anyways, that's the moment that we start doing that is, in my opinion, when we agree that the process was close. The process was closer to where we want it. Luis, I think 91 is Chris Williams, right? Also, by the way, so this is a 2nd and 8, and watch Brisker on this one. Or not Brisker, sorry, Dexter. Dexter gets after it on this play, and he is in that throwing lane and creates Darrell Taylor's first sack. This isn't a Taylor sack. Yes, it works out for Taylor, right? Cuts around the side. Now watch Taylor as he just gets wide and beats Latham around the edge. But it's Dexter that comes into this rep with a pass rush plan. Get into Lloyd Cushenberry's chest, get him out of the way, and it works out. Because the moment that Levis looks back towards the middle of the field, all he sees is big number 99. And so he's got to go. We would love for Dexter to finish this. Come on, Dex. You've hit the weight room. You can pull a quarterback down. But at least Taylor is able to pursue and make the play. But I love those kinds of reps. It's funny, right? Because Zoe, you're ultimately saying, hey, look, spoiler alert here, but if you want a very little sermonization of how I feel about Caleb, I saw him make the right decisions with the right timing and miss almost every throw that he attempted, which I look at and I say, that's weird, but it's a physical mistake. I've been watching two quarterbacks make mental mistake after mental mistake for 6 years now. I'm sick of that. I don't know if that gets any better, because I thought it would get a lot better with Justin. It really didn't. But physical mistakes, those do get cleaned up. We saw the same thing with Fields. Uncharacteristic misses that he didn't miss going forward. So I got to give it a lot more than a week either way. I'm a content creator. It's all I got, right? But while you may be saying, so wait, who were we saying, Jimmy? You mean Caleb? Or do we, yeah, because you said always. And I was like, what? He got enough of them. A lot of quarterbacks miss a lot of reads. That's barely cope. You watch more NFL than just the Bears, and I see a lot of quarterbacks that play very, very poorly, and we've just gotten used to it. But by the way, you want to see something sweet? We haven't highlighted him yet. Here is Jalen Johnson against 0, the first read. Breaks with him. I think that's D-Hop. That is sweet coverage. I want to watch that again. And I want to watch it in slow motion. I have had so much fun watching through Jalen Johnson's tape this week in particular. Jalen is strapping dudes. There are some of these routes where it's like, oh, it's Ridley, frankly, Sir Lord. I'd say that's better. I mean, JJ looked phenomenal. Really did. I don't know if he's going to last really well for the next 4 years, but he put on that number 1 uniform and looks like a star, if you ask me. Here's Dex just showing up. I think these are so funny. We can make football into so many different things, but imagine being the quarterback and suddenly you're just looking at this, right? The man emerging from from between two linemen. You go, oh my goodness. And then you gotta hand it to Taylor. Can I say this? Am I allowed to say this? Am I allowed to call this an analysis? The sleeve plus the armband plus the gloves plus the white shoes is a vibe. Like, yeah, give me that creative player energy. For some reason, it feels like it's always the players that strap the gear on that like they have that aura that end up having nice days. I'm sure it will fade, but the creative player vibe was awesome here. But so it doesn't hurt that if you put on the number 52 jersey, you just play like, a god. And he did. Here, Flus brings the blitz that we've been looking for, and Levis says, yeah, okay, we're done here. It just junks it. We love that. Flus blitzes, Bears win. Learn that one. Really stew on it, Eberflus. Like a bear emerging from the ice. Seriously. 1st and 10. I think this is another one of the hard drives. Either that or they get one more good drive, then we get one more bad drive, and then we just get to basically watch the Bears whoop. So here's guess who? Yes, it's a little bit of play action, but I love these. I love watching Billings just be the one who arcs around. Leave it to the guy who must be 330 pounds to be the one hard charging, right? Everybody else a little more misdirected, but Billings just plants and rips. It's also Tremaine. I'll tell you what, if there's one thing Tremaine might be the best linebacker in the NFL at, and I challenge you to find me one that's better, Tremaine ignores the run fake. Like, we're talking, I don't care at all. And Tremaine, once he sees that cross-cut motion, is flying. Montez Sweat does a really good job on this play. So remember, between 0 and 5 yards, you can make just about any contact you want, and it's legal, right? So Montez chips him for Tremaine Edmonds, and there's no play at all once you get to that point. Good job, Bears. Sir Lord, you mentioned JJ getting on top of a route, and now I want to know which route you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, Sir Lord, at least in this Titans game, Jalen Johnson is phenomenal. Just eats. How much of Pickens out potentially being back change things for the offensive line? Man, Lorenzo, I am an optimist when it comes to nearly any player that's locked with the Bears for a hot minute. I'll tell you when I think it's over, and I just, once it's over, usually I don't want to say usually it is, but I would consider myself the last person to be off most of these buses. I'm not going to try to tell you that I think I'm out way too early because I just don't see the point most of the time. If we've got reason to say, well, Pickens is not much right now, but he's got 2 more years before the Bears do anything with him, so let's see what happens. Then that's what I'll tell you because that's what I believe. But that doesn't mean that him coming back makes me feel any differently than a UDFA who doesn't play major snaps in Chris Williams. Right now, it is what it is. Good on Tyreek for ripping on down. Bears started doing this at this point, where they would start in too high, but actually they're going to rotate so that they can put Brisker up high and Byard in the box, or sometimes they go the other way with it, and then they just play cover 3. So Levis sees the rotation, cover 3, Tyreek comes downhill, pops the ball out. Frankly, probably kind of a lucky play. I mean, as much as I would love to give Tyreek Stevenson massive credit, do you think it was a ball punch? You tell me. I would tell you that I think it's just a wrap tackle that includes a minor punch at the ball, but you would expect most NFL receivers to hold on to that, if you ask me. But whatever, 3rd and 15. And then I'll let you guys tell me what you think happens on this play. But I'll tell you what I think happens on this play. And it's a little bit of a bummer, right? But so, exactly, Marcus. So Bears drop into cover 2, as I see it. This is as cover 2 as you're going to see. It's not even Tampa, right? Just birds on a 15-yard fence. But if you watch TJ Edwards, you're going to see him do what I wish Kyler Gordon had done, where Kyler feels this inside man, and for some reason he sinks really, really far. I think he's greedy looking at the running back that's coming off of the chip, whereas Edwards sees that too. But if you watch the next couple's moments, Edwards finds this pocket right here, and Gordon doesn't. So Gordon basically shifts way too far over to the point where he and JJ are both holding the same zone, and good on Levis, because Levis probably at least tried to. I want to tell you that Levis is like manipulating Kyler Gordon with his eyes, but Kyler's just gone, dude. He's just going. And then rips, finds Ridley. Huge bummer. It's a mistake. It's one that you're going to hope that that Gordon is able to learn from. Bears pass rush does not exactly help on this case, where both Sweat gets mega chipped on this side over here, and then I think it's Dexter is trying to stunt off of it, but there's not really much of a stunt there. And so Levis has one of the cleanest pockets that he's going to see all game, and he rips the ball. Bears lose on a big one right there. What, zero Cole? What are we talking about? But so maybe I'll tell you what. Seeing less of Booker is probably fair enough right now, but that's how it goes. Here's Darrell Taylor getting through a lineman block. If there is one thing we didn't see much of on the Seahawks tape, but I got you, Austin. So one thing we didn't see much of on the Seahawks tape that we saw a lot of in this game is Taylor's athletic, dude. He can bend. That's a nice little bend right there. It's not going to come into play that often, but it's nice. Makes the play here. Also, Billings goes to work once again. I love watching Andrew up front. Here, he eats the double team and just sits on it. Tremaine's able to work over. Billings clears some space. It's probably a stalemate according to most of the ways that people would grade it. But I always feel really weird taking credit away from D linemen that start getting doubled, because I think getting doubled sucks. And yeah, Sir Lord, 75 is just getting torched for that. Is that still Radden's? Well, he ends up getting hurt, so maybe they feel bad. TB, don't get too far away don't run too far away from it. This looks like it sucked, by the way, for Levis. Check out your boy. Pop, up, bang. I love this guy. I mean, I could just sit here. I really do. Sometimes I just turn on the tape and I just watch Billings, and that is enough for me, because the amount of work he puts in and some of the speed that he'll move with is so shocking for a guy with that much strength that I cannot believe he's what, $2 million a year or something like this. Yeah, that's how I feel, Sir Lord. I'm like, he is a beast. He's a massive dog. And then good on TJ Edwards for swallowing this up. It's still a serviceable passing gain. If anything, good on Will Levis for throwing this. This is not an easy play. I mean, you got a lineman bearing down on you, and you fit the ball in anyways. Good enough. That's what creates a 3rd and 1. Frankly, they end up scoring on the drive because of it. But yeah, I mean, Demo, it's hard for me to not look at this tackle, this nose tackle that basically plays like Dexter Lawrence at home, and get excited about the fact that the Bears have, I think, probably one of the best value defensive linemen on their team in the game. And I would think that was ridiculous, but it feels like it's every week. Like Khalid says Skoronski really struggled this game. And I go, yeah, that's a number 1, or that's a number 11 overall pick struggling against Andrew Billings. Oh yeah, we can, John. Eric, I think he's underrated. We watch a lot of linemen, especially because I just have a penchant for focusing on it. By the way, I think everybody gets a little lucky on this play. So I've watched this one a couple times, and JJ's reaction at the top of his route is really weird to me, right? Where JJ, watch the top of the screen right here, tracking, and as Ridley gets on top of him, I don't know what this slowdown is, right? It almost looks like JJ thinks the route is over, or maybe he thinks that another break is coming. But then he accelerates and gets to the ball, and I don't know if he would have if it wasn't underthrown, but at the same time, the only reason it's overthrown is because your dog, Darrell Taylor, gets in it again. You got to, or on these longer routes, sometimes you're going to get pressured, and Taylor messes up the throw, and it sinks. I would love to see Jalen come up with that, because it would be awesome. But kudos to Taylor for just getting downhill, and also really rough block by Cushenberry. Look at this. We've seen some of these. I think they're kind of wild, right? Where it's a play action where they're going to have the center come out and pop block on the edge, and the center never knows how to do this. I've seen a lot of these. Robert Quinn benefited from a couple against the Saints back in 2021, if you can believe that I remember that. and on that, a the center jumps out, and no, the center doesn't know how to hold an edge, and so an NFL edge rusher just rolls out there and eats. Let's see. You mentioned that Tyler might be the place to go. We talk about 83 because yeah, he's wide open. But he may have slowed down to bait the quarterback. Part of me always looks at that and I'm like, I don't know about that. If only because I would be shocked if that's just bait. I mean, you're out there, you're playing so fast. I think bait looks a little different. But truly, in this case, believe what you want to believe. I just like the fact that we can see in slow motion that hit that Taylor puts on plainly affects Levis's body mechanic and is part of the reason the throw just dies. Scheming. So Dynasty, for what it's worth, the center popping out thing is faking power running. So you're basically faking at different points that the center is popping out because that's what you do on some of your run concepts. So that's all it is, right? It's intended to look like from the snap part of your play action, or part of your play action repertoire, or it's supposed to look like a run play so that it sells the run that much more and holds the linebackers. Here, play action, back to a screen. The Bears have the bodies for it, and Latham misses a block out in space. So we do love the fact that here, the rookie tries to take on Edwards. Take a look at this. Edwards just olays him and lays the hit on him. Rough. It's not easy to be a rookie in the NFL. Doesn't matter how highly you're picked. An undrafted free agent linebacker will just zip right around you. Oh, it's awesome. Watching Edwards is so much fun, Prabhat. It's just wild to me how many rookies got smoked when you look at last Sunday. And yeah, there's an element of that might be me seeing what I want to see, I guess. But it did not feel like almost any rookie was particularly successful. Also, Levis takes some hits. So here, Bears run. Let's see. So here they're looking like they're gonna run cover 3, and I mean I don't think they do. I think this is man. No, it can't be. It clearly looks like a zone. But in this zone, Jalen Johnson is going to dive on. So watch Jalen here. I love these kinds of snaps. Side note, where he just triggers immediately. Like Hopkins is still going through his option step. Don't you love this? Option step. JJ just jumps it anyways and ends up basically just blocking him out of the play. So from there, looks like for all I know, this is some kind of like too high rotation, and it just works out this way where Brisker can just track in this direction. I haven't coached, or I don't know what the rules are on a roll like this. Everybody else passes off. Levis has nowhere to go with the ball, so running is probably the right idea here. But when he finally gets hit, he gets crushed. We saw later that Levis's game sort of falls apart, and I can't help but wonder whether part of it is because Levis just allowed enough hits on his body where he started to slow down. Because none of these hits, especially when you watch them slowly but surely, look like they're easy to take. That one's straight on the back plate and direct into the turf. That makes sense, Marcus. I see that. So then at that point, because it looks like cover 3 outside of where Brisker is. So would Brisker be playing a lurk spot at that point? Because the way is the idea that Jalen Johnson's just not dropping back. So then Brisker's the third post of it. I was envisioning it in 3 posts in this case. But I don't even know if that's Brisker, now that I mention it. Yeah, that's Gordon. So he's probably doing something else. Would have been a sack, but Ben, that's why you got to do it. And that do it as in step up. Seriously, Grant. 4th and 3. I'm not totally sure what the Bears were seeing here because they line up in man across the board, And if they were lining up in man, then somebody probably ought to be on 83. But nobody is in this case. So then it's as easy as 2-on-3. Couldn't tell you whether Brisker's late. Couldn't tell you whether it was a bad rotation. Couldn't tell you whether it was a bad check. Couldn't tell you anything, really. All I could tell you is everybody else seems like they're lining up real tight to their assignment. And one person is unmarked. And they get the first down. Truly, in this one, think what you'd like. It's some kind of miscommunication at the end of the day. I mean, most things boil down to a miscommunication, especially on poor plays on defense. But Titans take advantage, extend the drive. This is sweet. We got to talk about this one because I really like it, right? Where you're going to run a power QB run where you're going to pull both of your linemen. And busting the QB run game out early in week 1 would just shock me. So I'm not surprised the Bears don't have hats on hats. And it's got to be Taylor who hunts down Will Levis from the other side. Billings cannot win the double team here against Skoronski and Latham. And from there, everybody is just hat on hatted across the board. DeMarcus Walker, not enough. TJ Edwards, not enough. Taylor range is over. Puts the hit down, but they already gained the yards at that point. 230, I don't know, TB, but only 16 gained 200 through the air. Man, I love these actions. The way that the way that the Titans started to run the ball is extremely fun to watch, if you ask me. Like, as a football fan, they started doing some great stuff on the ground. Now we gotta find where we were. Because I did that goofy thing where I pushed it way too far. So funny. Everybody laughed. Oh, I think we went too far backwards. QB run. There it is. Now we're back. Look at how many look at the misdirection elements on this. From a coaching standpoint, I think it's really neat that they line this thing up with misdirection that way, but then they also have the tight end come back and insert onto a run like this so that there is room for the back when Hopkins comes over to get to the edge and find some yardage. That's big. If you're telling me Kyler picks up a fumble and an interception, I'm gonna tell you it's a big dog game. Yeah, you and me too, or you and me both, Yata. I wish he had. Let me see. Here's Billings going to work a little, especially given that it's a double team and he maintains his guy. But Taylor's just getting off of blocks. Man, that's a good play by him. I actually hadn't seen this one when I was watching the game originally. Like, flying around the edge. Come make the play. Beats the blocker. 20 hesitates enough. Run is over. It is, Marcus. It's a lot of eye candy for everybody to pick through. Sweat jumps off sides. We've probably seen this one, right? Sweat's off sides. Referee lets the play go. I'm actually almost surprised that they didn't just blow the play dead outright. So glad that they didn't call anything wild on the fact that they actually hit Levis. They leave him standing up. But I've seen some weird ones, and I'm sure you guys have too, where you jump off sides, and then instead of getting the unabated to the quarterback dead ball, you end up with a roughing the passer penalty anyways, and then it's 1st and 7. So, bummer they lose a first down, but I must just skip that past that because I think, is this a hold? My memory's not serving me well on this one. The penalties, I can't remember. I just know they back up a bunch. 1st and 7 becomes 1st and 12. 1st and 12 becomes a false start. 1st and 17. 1st and 17 becomes the sad play. Bummer. Look at this. So Bears look to me like they're running cover 4 and the Titans keep it tight. I could be wrong here, but Tyreek covers him on the vertical the whole way. So we can take a look around. With them in zone, I would envision that this is probably 4. But watch Tyreek Stevenson as we guide Chidobe Awuzie up the field right here. Stevenson is exactly where he needs to be. Eyes even tracking Hopkins as needed before he jumps backwards, covers 85, turns his head around. I mean, everything about this looks great so far, right? And then, bummer. I'm laughing because from a process standpoint, this play looks great to me. I mean, not only does the Bears defense do what they need to do, and certainly create the coverage that they need to. Here's Jalen Johnson stuffing this route on the outside. Tremaine Edmonds covering up 83 on the inside. Tremaine had, I thought, a really solid game in coverage too, consistently stepping forward stepping in front of potential balls just like these. And then the ball floats up. Tyreek is in position. Can you ask for better position than this? And somehow he catches it, which RIP, right? That's football. Sometimes the offense is going to make a play that they maybe don't deserve because frankly, that's where it is. And everybody's paid to make a good play. It's a good back shoulder throw and it works out that way. But procedurally, we're okay with what Tyreek does here. I am, at least. Okonkwo. Yeah, not Awuzie. I don't know what I was talking about. But 100% with you on that, Marcus. Sometimes good offense just wins. It's the right ball in the right place. I mean, I don't know whether Levis was aiming for a back shoulder throw because Levis wasn't accurate enough for me to say he's aiming. But the ball ends up in the right spot, comes down with it, 17-0. And if you were like me, Bears fan, at this point of the game, you were just mad. Like, this was it, right? This is another classic Flus game. You're looking down the barrel of 17-3. And everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. And for insult to injury, they get it out there. They get off another great running play at the start of the half. And that's just that, right? Feels like the whole thing's fallen by the wayside. Then we get the second half, right? Let me see. And that's the thing, bad bear pun. Like, yes, there's a push, but one thing that you'll see on this channel a lot if you end up on this channel, and I would love for you to be, is plenty of times if the referee wants to bail somebody out, great. But I'm really only going to talk about something that I think is a flag that didn't get called if I think it's patently obvious. And in many cases, I think that a player's got to earn a flag. A defensive player is never going to get an OPI call unless you think that you're never going to get an OPI call as a defensive back unless you get a full extension of the hands. If you're talking about a push and then you catch a touchdown pass, they're going to let you do it all day long, every single Sunday. It's part of why some of these physical tight ends, you'll see them just bench press DBs in the open field. They get away with it. DB looks up like, what on earth is going on? But it never happens. Maybe, Ben. It's just rare. Or at the very least, Ben, I remember a year or two where Alshon Jeffrey drew all kinds of OPI calls. Some of it feels like it's reputation. I'll say that. So the Bears decided that they were not about to, Martin, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. The Bears decided that they were not about to get run on wide, right? Jibby, here, if you're still around, Jib, here's one thing to note, because I think it's cool. You want to talk about an adjustment? The Bears decided that instead of letting any of that continue, they'd just play base the rest of the game. They'd say, I'm not scared of you, right? They would they lined up in a 5 down. I've seen it called a bear front, but they left Kyler in the game. So I guess I don't know quite what you'd call this formation. I'd have to, yes, I know it's nickel, but it's a big nickel because you've got two safeties. You've got three corners and one true line. Oh no, that's TJ. I don't know where I'm going with this because obviously my eyes just aren't working, and I apologize. Thank you everybody for putting up with me. Point is, with 5 down on the line, that gives you a much easier access to defend the edges of the defense. So now, if you're going to run the ball, you have to run through a gap up the middle or earn it on the outside. And kudos to Brisker, man. On this play in particular, this is a big tone setter play, if you ask me. And Brisker rolls down, takes the block on, and is able to make a play immediately afterwards. That's the kind of play I feel like the Titans were getting access to earlier in the game, where they were at least boxing out the Bears linebacker or safety that got involved. But on a play like this, directionally, there's so much motion that you're going to end up with a one-on-one. And sometimes on the defense, you just got to win yours. And so good on Brisker. If he wants to be a Bear long term, these are the kinds of plays that you need him to make. And 1st and 10 becomes, I don't know what the explicit yard marker is, but probably 2nd and 8. 2nd and 7. There you go. Bears drop into what looks like, well, at least it's bluffed cover 2. You're going to see this cover 2 bluff all over the place. We already have, right? But here it looks like Kyler and the rest of this Bears defense are going to pivot into the same cover 3 match that we've been looking at for the majority of the game. Brisker's already breaking down on it, and he just sends the man backwards. Now, if there's any kind of play in football that I always think is just kind of funny whenever you see it, it's the unintentional positive broken tackle. Brisker lays a thunderous thigh shot into the runner, but because he regains his balance right here and turns his shoulder, he reestablishes himself as a runner, probably about 3 yards behind where he was originally intending to be, which sure helps the Bears in those kinds of situations. Just one of those interesting things in football you see where a guy fighting for his balance ends up hurting more than it helps. Not that they could ever do something differently if they wanted to. 3rd and 7 becomes 2nd and 7 becomes 3rd and 5. Here we get to see another 3rd down set. Dexter comes right down the pipe, and this might be the hit that changes things because Will Levis breaks out of the pocket and scrambles once again. Jalen Johnson does a really nice job on this. I've seen it called like it's a smash but I always see all the cool kids call it sail. Just when you see an out route paired with the deep corner. Though, to me, it feels much more like old school smash because that's a true corner route rather than the way I've seen the sail route get run where it's curled a little more. But, I mean, whatever. So Jalen Johnson, I think, does a really good job of playing this thing for depth. You throw this, and I think he's there, which is just me pointing out that this dude is playing like a hawk. Then on the other side of the ball, take a look at Tyreek Stevenson on a play like this where he's going to get his hands involved and stay tight with 85. We like seeing that from him. And that exposes the quarterback to the shot that I think changes the game. They showed Will Levis getting taped up, and I think this is the shot that did it. He's hopped up on adrenaline, but he takes a vicious one here from 49. And you can't live life forever like this. So I guess I'm not too surprised. But, man, what a big one. Like, this is a thick shot. You can just about feel it. Straight into the turf afterwards. Yeah, Ben, it's exactly the kind of shot that you don't want people, or you don't want to see your quarterback taking that ever, especially not in week 1. Jeepers. I mean, full speed right here. Gets past Brisker. Bang. Totally defenseless against it, too, because he had to avoid Brisker when he did. Here you get another misdirection run, but because the Bears are spreading their formation out, getting as many guys closer to the line of scrimmage as they can, they're able to defend this much better. DeMarcus Walker also does a really good job. I don't know what sort of tell DeMarcus picks up on, but DM seems like he's got no real concern about whether they're going to run this towards him, and he gets deep, is able to stifle this enough that Jalen Johnson takes it home from there. Who is it? Yatsa was just mentioning this, but man, watch Jalen Johnson at full speed here. Dips under. Big tackle. Loss of probably 6. Jalen starts to take over as a run defender with a couple big plays in the second half. And that's another one of these tone setters that I think is really important. I could talk a lot about Jalen Johnson explicitly, especially when we're talking about coverage, but the Titans' pass game was so poor that talking about what Jalen Johnson did needs to come down to results. It's these play and run support where I think he really separated himself in this game. And if you felt like I did, you started to feel like the Bears' defensive talent was leaning on the Titans. I didn't know that the Titans had points in them against, but it did start to me to feel like the Bears were beginning to really get the best of them. Maybe that's just rose-colored glasses, but you start to see more and more plays like this. This is a dope one from our dog, Andrew Billings, as he's going to stunt around the edge in conjunction with DeMarcus Walker. And also, side note, I'm still to this moment blown away that they didn't call this intentional grounding. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but no, I don't think that that's an incomplete pass, right? I refuse to buy this. This is the NFL. If you're going to throw an incomplete pass, I think you have to at least get it closer. I think it at least has to be catchable in some form of the word. Flicking the ball totally sideways and it getting nowhere near your guy, and it's nowhere near the line of scrimmage, and it's nowhere near anything, is that to me is plain Jane intentional grounding. Like, yes, it's foreshadowing that he just throws the ball, but I think this is ridiculous. Like, to me, that's a foul. And Ben, I hear you. I promise I hear you. But as somebody who's just trying to call it like I see it, that's insane that they let this thing go. How you doing, Smitty? Sicko play by Billings. Would have loved for him to get a sack on it. But man, it's a bummer that quarterbacks get this kind of privilege, though I guess if it works the other way, then great. And yeah, John, I guess we take it. Seriously, this ball isn't even up. This ball is straight down. It's just boom. I mean, it doesn't go up. This isn't a throw. This is just grounding it. Yeah, Rothick, we've done a lot of talking about Caleb. We just haven't talked about him. We haven't talked about the tape. We've just talked about it because it keeps getting brought up. So it's funny, right, Alex? Because Alex mentions, I think Gervon is taking the step, man. Gervon Dexter definitely took a step up from last year. Is he taking a step towards being the whole dude? We're going to need a little more time, and we're frankly going to need a little more results. But he's definitely taking the step towards being a starter, which is all we can ask for. Play like this, Walker does a good job. So this is one thing that I do think will help, is when you can get a quarterback moving. The Bears defensive line did a good job of at least moving Levis. I actually think it's easy to oversell what the Bears D-line did. I thought they were good, but most of what they did was just, be annoying. And a play like this is typical Tyreek Stevenson, Jalen Johnson. They'll let you do this. We've seen it a lot, haven't we? Where the Bears are so willing to play the sticks in cases like this, where if you want to take that deep shot, the Bears will say, yeah, sure. You want to throw from the 24 and try to hit the other 24? You want to make a 50-yard throw? Go for it. You can. Not worried about it. And Levis airmails it. So will that work forever? I don't know. Because those are never high percentage throws. Even some of the best throwers in the NFL do not dot those all the time. But against Will Levis, never a bad plan. And it's part of why the Bears defense can be so ferocious. MJ, how you doing? When they're playing poor quarterbacks. Oh yeah, Chicago. Both sides, they had it. Can't do it against Colts. Can't do it against the Texans, more than likely. But at least Tyreek can stride after the fact, but that's just getting caught flat-footed. Speaking of striding, he and the whole defense rally tackles to get wide here. Good on Edwards for not buying the misdirection. Oh, Edwards tracks on this really, really, really well. Look at this, right? So you're going to see what is it, the tight end? Yeah, they're going to pull the tight end across, and in many cases, that's enough eye candy. But Edwards does a great job of staying on the running back. Steps, strides. And maybe the running back has him without Stevenson coming in like a missile. But does somebody draw a holding call? Oh, is this play? Oh, yeah. Billings goes to war on Peter Skoronski here. I mean, if you wanted to get stoked about Andrew Billings, this is your game. I love these. Like, this is as simple as just taking over a gap, right? But head and hands in the 11th overall pick's chest, establishes, and then gets held. And that's a pretty cheap hold. I don't feel like he tugged him enough, or frankly, that Billings was involved in the play enough. But it'll do. You take the 10 yards when you get him. Who's mentioning Edmonds? Oh, yeah, Edwards, right? Let me see. Oh, yeah, MJ. We did, Ben. So then, looks like cover 4 to me, as the Bears are just going to defend deep. I liked this by Stevenson. He gets a little twisted up, but ultimately plays the route pretty well. I think a good throw probably beats him, now that I'm looking at it. Unless Stevenson just broke like a maniac. But then on the other side of the ball, JJ does a good job of maintaining space. Nothing's there. TJ Edwards makes the tackle, and that's 3rd down. Bears were just slowly huffing. Oh, man, look at this. Is it a pressure? You tell me. If I was a PFF grader, I don't know how I'd score it. But going to battle with the double team, scraping over the top, and ending up this close to Will Levis, steal my heart. Steal my heart, Andrew Billings. Go ahead. Steal it. I'll give it to you for free. No, it's not 3rd down. It's 2nd down, you doofus. And if that wasn't good enough, check this one out. Rip. We're through. Billings doesn't finish. You got to leave that to DeMarcus Walker, who comes on through and lays the hit on Levis. But Billings just starts to, I think he just starts to cook. Like, watching number 97 at the speed that he moves at is just crazy to me, if you ask me. So what do we have? Just cover 3 on this side? It's so good. It looks like 3 to me. Especially with this. Yeah, that's got to be. With the 4 zones right there. Watch Jalen Johnson just work back with, what is that, D-Hop? It's MCL D-Hop, so not the burniest burner in football. But Jalen was just all over. Adrian, cover 2 was back, and then they pivoted towards more 3 as the game wore on, and the D-line started to take over a little, in part because they're going up against a really poor right side of the offensive line, though it's the left side that they're working. And yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, right? Dynasty, we talk about Connor Williams and Lloyd Cushenberry. I did not think Lloyd Cushenberry looked like some difference maker in this game. Maybe he would have looked better in a Chicago uniform, but the Chicago center uniform is cursed right now. This is not cursed. This is very blessed. This is a good rep by Dexter. Dexter has not had a litany of amazing reps, but man, snap, club, bang. We can talk about the coverage if you like, but this one is Dexter just making a play, getting inside, keeping hands off him, bursting and finishing. That's pretty. It looks like there. No, there's. I don't think there's a like a true stunt, but that's nice against the. Oh, still against Radens, so it's still against the starter. Where are we in the game at this point? So now it's 17-10. I don't know about you guys. Once we got to around 17 to, I think it was 17 to 13, I started to feel the feelings, you know? Like, this is me talking about the emotional part. I guess this is me bonding with you guys, my fellow football fans. But around 17 to 10, I didn't know. 17 to 13, I was like, they're going to do this. I mean, it felt very, very palatable. And obviously it ended up working out. It's not always going to, but now we start to see, because I can't wait for this part, we start to see the Bears defense feeding off the momentum a little. Like, yeah, Jibby, it turns. After the first half, Jib, I was like, Jib, I need to be so frank with you, okay? Because, Jibby, maybe you need to hear me say this. After the first half, I legitimately considered not doing any more streams. I was like, I can't do this. I can't talk about games like this in and out. I've been doing this for 4 years, 5 years, and it's never been fun. Why am I still doing this? What I have a child. I have a family. Like, this is so depressing, is what I'm trying to say, Jimmy. Like, at halftime, I was just like, what am I gonna do with myself? And then they got the only thing I needed them to do, and that's the win. I mean, it's funny, Jib. If you got your 300-yard Caleb game in a loss, I would be on this stream saying, how did they lose? They got 300 yards from Caleb, and they let Will Levis hang 400 yards on him? What happened? This season doesn't make any sense. What are they going to do? Like, I'd start asking those questions, right? Everybody always says, well, if Caleb looked great in a loss, then this. And I'm like, how do they lose? Like, if Caleb looks great and the Bears are who we thought they were, how do they lose? Which is part of why I'm able to get with the game I didn't ask for, but I guess I'm happy I got anyways, which is a gritty, gross win where the offense didn't turn the ball over by the luck of the Lord. And Torrey Taylor did his Iowa thing, and the defense did their Iowa thing. It was definitely not the game I wanted, Jim. And I just want to say that because I want you to know that we're on the same page there. But I needed to come out of week 1 with a win, because in December, you'll look back and you'll be thankful they have it. But the style points were very weird. But you start to feel it, I think, on plays like this, where the Titans just can't block anybody. They're a little looser than they want to be. And you start to see Bears just getting through the defense on almost every level. Like, you know it's bad when at the line of scrimmage, you've got multiple defenders starting to wrap up your running back, and you feel it that way. Right, John? My goodness. That big dog gon' hunt. That big dog gon' hunt. He said, pick number 11. Yeah, okay. I mean, he's just penetrating. Like, you can't not feel this. If you're Will Levis, it's so simple because it's like a pressure, even if it's not about to hit you, but you got to get rid of the ball on this kind of thing. Good on Stevenson for making the easiest tackle of his life. But, man, Matt Eberflus acted like he passed around Michael Jordan's Space Jam secret stuff for some of the defensive linemen. Because I'm with you, Marcus, if you're still here. I think they need more juice from whether it's Zach Pickens or a traded for player. Like, they could use more talent on the defensive line so that they get more results like this a little more naturally. But at least the guys who needed to give it to him are there to give it, or gave it to them in this second half. And then this might be another one of the most important tackles of the game. How you doing, Lisan? This was sick. Y'all, we've seen Tremaine Edmonds miss this tackle all the time, but we get a WWE level clothesline at one of the most important moments. And I don't know about you guys, watching this one live, I was like, he's short. He's short. No way they call him short. They're going to call him over. And then this referee came on in, nodding his head, and he's like, yeah, it's fucking short. And it was like, okay. Like, this guy gets it. This guy is awesome. I mean, he comes in hitting that big, like right angle. You are short. Punt that ball. Like, that's so funny. But, I mean, truly, Jimmy, outside of the blocked punt and outside of, I think the pick six has to be there, this is hard. Getting through mesh in man, even better because it's obvious what you're doing. You're in man. You have Tremaine Edmonds lined up with a corner spot. But he's just going to track it. When you pay a guy $18 million, you pay him $18 million to make this play. And unironically, this is a game-winning play, which is pretty sick that we're able to talk about it that way. Huge, huge play. It's why he is what he is. We just need to see more of it. If he does more of it, yeah, well, I'll be there soon. No worries, Adrian. Like, I saw the time to throw stuff, which was neat. I saw the time to throw stuff. I didn't see the ADOT stuff, and I'm not surprised Trevor Sikkema said that. Oh yeah, Case, we're rolling. Now here we get to the fourth quarter, and if you thought they were good in the third, like 17-13, y'all, do you remember this? Like 17-13, you could feel it. It was in the air. It wasn't a matter of whether the Bears were. It wasn't a matter of whether like the Bears were gonna tie the game. You knew their offense wasn't going to, but they were gonna find a way. It felt that way to me, at least. They are swarming. Even the play action stuff isn't there. Look at TJ just bolt. I mean, I think there is an element of this play, looking at this, like having watched first to fourth quarter, where I think by the fourth quarter, TJ sees this arm and says, oh, it's one of those. And so he just ditches his guy, bolts. And I mean, that is a flying tackle. The Bears were laying some hits. I don't know if you guys felt like this. Like, this isn't even fan stuff. This is like, football is a game about physicality. And it felt like in the third and fourth quarter, the Bears defense just started punishing the Titans. I felt like every play was like a German suplex. I mean, they were getting just crunched up, down, or like all over the place. Let's see. Yeah, Big Bear Ben, literally back up 10 minutes. Sanborn sighting. There it is. And let's see. The strip sack's coming up, right? Running play. All that. And then they get some yards. They throw just about everything at Billings. Like a long double team. Tremaine Edmonds comes down the pipe. I was so sad. I was like, Tremaine, you even got in the lane. Just get an arm out. Nah, I just flag tackled him. Oh well. Sometimes they're going to get you. And if that sounds overly optimistic, it's the truth. Same thing happens on offense. This is a sweet, like, the motion that they've got going on does a great job of catching every Bears lineman off guard. You'd probably like to see a little more from DeMarcus Walker if we're being especially critical, but that's J.C. Latham, and he just sends him to the moon. So then there's nobody there but Tremaine Edmonds, and then 20 does a good job. I think, Alex, that the run game in general is very weird to talk about in Chicago because a lot of the guys like TJ Edwards, Jaquan Brisker, Andrew Billings, Javon Dexter sometimes. I can't help but look at them and see very good run defenders that a lot of teams don't have answers for. Montez Sweat is a good run defender. DeMarcus Walker, when he's setting the edge, is a good run defender. Talking Giants, how you doing? How you doing? We're gonna do all right. Hey, TG, boys, is that Justin or is that Bobby? And either one, what are we gonna do? Like, not to talk Giants too fast, but I can tell you, Bears fans are with you. We've had those years where you look at it almost immediately and you're like, oh no, we're in trouble. But that was a tough one to watch. I didn't even have to watch the whole thing. It was just the wrong kind of game. Hey, sometimes we're there. Sometimes you got to take a year and everything resets. It's football's hard. Like when you guys talk to me about Mixon, etc., these are the plays I'm looking at. I'd love it. Oh yeah, we've always talked about the team merge. Man, if you could get me Andrew Billings playing like he is now, and 91 right here is Dex Lawrence, can you imagine that defensive line? What would happen? I mean, you'd basically have Dexter Lawrence and then the other one. Like, it's it'd be fun. I would love an entire line of huge dudes running fast. But so, Alex, when you talk about, yeah, so it's not that I'm not scared per se of the Texans run game. It's more to say that the Bears have enough bodies that do stuff like this that if you can make the run game inefficient, then you can get your wins. I'm mostly curious about what the Texans are going to do passing the ball against the Bears, because they could have a great day or they could have a sputtery day. And then at that point, maybe the door's open. I don't know. But DG, I think that's going to be the question that everybody's going to ask. I think it's worth remembering that the Bears were never going to be better on offense in September than they would have been with Justin Fields. If the whole goal of this season was to be better with Fields, or what is it? DG, if the whole argument with Caleb Williams and drafting him at number 1 overall was to try to win games in September, then I personally think we're not thinking long-term enough. The goal here is to try to push for a Super Bowl, and it always has been, it was to try to win it in 2025, 2026. Anything that happens in 2024 is a legitimate bonus. And I know that's not the kind of thing that a lot of Bears fans want to talk about right now. I mean, it's just where people are. They want to talk about this season right now. Why would you not? I mean, we're all insert age right now. No, to be clear, Jibby. Okay, so I need to make this so plain. The Bears scored 148 yards of offense. That is unacceptable. Are we on the same page? That's not gonna work. That ain't gonna do it. That's not it, okay? You are not trying. I am not saying that 148 yards of offense is good, because it's not. But like 280 yards of offense, especially for a team in Chicago that I just don't know if they're going to run the ball very well. That may be what we see for a hot minute, where you get 195 or you get 215 or you get 168 or you get 192 or any of these yardage numbers, as opposed to 301 or 455 or I don't know, whatever it is that some of us kind of thought was going to happen, right? Case, that's awesome. That's really, really cool. I can't tell you the future. I don't know what's going to go on. Man, Albono, I don't know about that. I think Jalen Johnson, without a doubt, won the battle. Without a doubt, won the battle. But you got a lot of reps where Jalen is just blanketing the dude. Here's the strip sack. Oh, man, yes. Man, Levis just rolls out. Oh, and it's a blitz. I do love it. I do love it when when Eberflus blitzes and he wins in part because of it. Oh, yikes. Donald, did you like Latham coming out of school? Did you give the O-line any looks? And yeah, I'm with you, Jibby, where he worked Stevenson some. I would say, Jibby, the funny part about Tyreek Stevenson is that he is such a typical, like, good CB2, if you ask me, where it's like, you're probably going to have some success passing against Stevenson, but Stevenson's going to get his just enough that your passing game doesn't work forever, right? Like, you're going to mess up enough downs where you're going to end up with an efficient, I guess, defensive day just because you imposed enough the other way. Anyways, so DG, I know this is maybe cross comparing too much for the way that I know you like to think, but whether it's Marvin Harrison having less than 10 yards, or in this case, I would tell you that I think this is unacceptable. This is game losing tackle play, right? You've got a scrub that just got traded for a 6th round pick. I watched him with you guys. I tried to get excited. It was not exciting. It was not exciting. The game that Darrell Taylor had was awesome, but this is a horrible block. And I understand that maybe Latham's sitting here trying to help DeMarcus Walker, but this is bad. This is really awful. This kind of strip sack is a game-losing level play. And then we don't even get the ball. Like, okay, you just let your quarterback get strip sacked. And then we whiff on this? How on earth do none of them get it? I will never understand the way football's bounced sometimes. Like, we've watched a lot of this game. We've watched a lot of football. All of us have. How on earth does Latham not get this ball? How does Sweat not get this ball? Like, Sweat pulls it in there, and then it squeezes out anyways. I guess it's because they're all fighting for it to some degree. This looked like a rugby play. No, I'm talking about Latham. The main reason I'm saying about this, when I talk about this, just so that we're all on the same page, I'm trying to make it clear. Yeah, I know everybody came in with expectations. I'm aware. We're all on the same page. Playing in the NFL as a rookie, it doesn't really matter where you're drafted at. You're probably going to suck. And Caleb's debut is very bad. And nobody, including myself, is trying to tell you that it's good. I'm trying to tell you, I don't know that it's predictive. That's your smarty answer, right? This is a really bad data point. And when we look at quarterbacks throughout history, we see that playing well or playing poorly in your first game is not predictive. It is one data point, but it's not predictive in and of itself. We need a lot more data points. And if we get another 400-yard games, then yeah, we're looking at a bad situation. But of course, plenty of expectations probably need to be reined in almost immediately. But I'm right there with Sam Matthew. That's how I'm going to pronounce that. Yeah, Sam Matthew. Where I think we're talking about physical mistakes. And I would much rather talk about physical mistakes than mental mistakes, generally. Now, it doesn't help that he's going up against D'Amico Ryans. But you want something better than what we saw this last week, at the very least. I just don't see the rush. Is it that we're impatient? Let me ask you that, okay? I would like somebody, please, to tell me why we're in such a hurry to immediately see results. Is it that we're just looking for wins? I'm down. I mean, we all want to win games, right? But what about Pat Mahomes sitting the whole first year told you that he sucked? Or what about Josh Allen looking awful for 2 years told you that he sucked? Or Jalen Hurts looking bad for a full year told you that he sucked? Because let's see. No, Marcus, we're going to do offense here in a little bit. But the offense just keeps coming up. That's a nice play, honestly. Yeah, that'll play. I don't know what it is about this. So it feels like Kyler is really. Oh no, okay, he's kind of got that one right. So Kyler jumps in to take that away. Tremaine sits in his zone, opens up a gap. Good job. So competent, man. What a word. We'll talk about that soon. And see, between the three weak ones, yeah, Caleb Performance is the only one who won. Appreciate you, Marcus. I think I've seen you in the chat before. I like having you here. So let me check on likes, by the way. 154 viewers. Heck yeah, love you guys. Can we get a couple more likes? And hey, everybody, this is a therapy room. We've had a lot of games where Jibby's been here during the bad times. So you can always know that whoever you are, you can come to this stream and I'll talk to you all the same, no matter where you are in it. But so, oh yeah, this has been a therapy room for years. Y'all know how many like week 1 Packers games we've lived through in the history of this channel? When I talked about being existential, that's why. We've broken down some devastators. Also, gosh, the D tackle on a knee. This is my perfection. Where it's like the D tackle going to war, taking up 2 bodies, Tremaine Edmonds getting involved. Like, I love that. I love that. It might, Micah. I'll tell you that I don't think there are going to be a lot of matchups quite like Tennessee's matchup. Oh man. Gosh. Look at this. So, another thing that I always think about is when you're a Bears fan, you focus on the Bears, right? Here, TJ Edwards does the same thing to, is that Radden's 76? Or is this the backup? Because at this point, Radden's maybe hurt. But TJ Edwards puts him on his butt the same way that Coleman Shelton gets put on his butt. We just didn't notice it. So I thought this was hilarious, by the way. According, you get a laugh. According to passing EPA, so that's passing expected points added. Of the 3 rookies that started, who do you think performed the best? This is total. Total EPA, right? So passing EPA, that is. It's not total EPA because it doesn't include rushes. If you include rushes, Jaden Daniels runs away with it. The irony here, because I think it's funny, is Caleb had 0.9 total EPA passing. Jaden Daniels had like, I think, negative 0.1 or something. It's like in that neighborhood. And then Bo Nix has like negative 1.6 the other way. So it's Caleb, it's just bad. But I thought that was pretty funny. There's Kyler. That's sweet. That's good nickel coverage. These option routes are never easy. So if Kyler wants to make his name as Spider-Man, that's exactly where I want to see him like make it. That's good stuff. And then a little higher, we see Jalen Johnson playing physical. And if Jalen comes out of that, I'm curious as to whether Jalen could break on this ball if it was thrown, but there you go. Let's see. Bono, who was awful. Thank you, Big Ben. Not talking about the hit on Levis, talking about the Tajay Spears play on 3rd and 1, and then came the punt block. He looked like Roquan running down, play of the game, turn point. Find me a time code, and I'll go back and look at it again, because on that specific 3rd and 1, I don't think I'm thinking about it. Talking about Justin. Yeah, Justin had a better day. Justin probably should have been a better day, or should have had a better day. Justin's a year 4 quarterback. He's making his 40th NFL start. That's expected, right, guys? I mean, Justin did what you expect Justin to do at this point. The Steelers came out and said they're going to stick with their non-rhythmic passing game, whatever that means. This is exactly what this is exactly what Justin is. It won them a game. That's good. Good. I'm happy for Justin. I mean, he clicks out more than 51% of snaps. The Bears get a fourth round pick out of the deal. So that certainly works for us if Justin's successful. This is not a question, and it never has been, about whether or not Caleb was immediately going to be better than Justin. I had hopes he would be, and that was silly. Because rookies are rookies, and they just look like this. And you can look around the rest of the league to see that that's what... I know, Micah. I don't really know what a non-rhythmic passing game is either. But anyways, all of that to say that if the aim of picking Caleb was to get a day one quarterback upgrade, like a true day one quarterback upgrade, then it didn't work. I thought and hoped it might be. It wasn't that easy. But the hope is certainly that by November, you're looking at it. This is horrible. This is horrible. Here's the blitz. Kyler Gordon is on his way. Levis is dead 2 rides. I mean, you watch this play. This is the easiest pick of Tyreek's life. I'm sure he's blown away that it was... I'm sure he's blown away that it was thrown at all. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Yeah, Tyreek's covering him, but then he throws it. And Tyreek's like, wait, I'll see ya. That's wild. And then let's see. I promised somebody a slow motion. Oh no. Oh no. So Levis gets here. He throws it. Catch. Starts running. Levis sees it. Did Levis even watch? Oh, now I need to know where Levis's head, where Levis's head is looking. What do you break down on All-22? Well, sometimes it's concepts, sometimes it's sicko defensive line play, sometimes it's guys' hands. In this case, it's a quarterback's reaction. Oh man, this is sad, but it's pretty funny. Levis seems like he leans back and he watches Tyreek cross him. And the moment he crosses him, he just looks back the other way. And Case, this is where he just stares into the void. Like you can see Caleb. Hang on. Not Caleb. Levis. I have a black. You can see Levis looking straight into the void that is the rest of this game. I mean, it all sets in. You could just feel the world going so dark for Will. What's my coach gonna think? What are my teammates gonna think? We were winning this game. It's all over. I mean, truly, that's rough. That's so rough. And then, like somebody mentioned, Javon Dexter says, "Hey, bud, I think you're on the wrong street. I don't think you're supposed to be here. This wasn't a party you were invited to." And 83 says, Oh yeah, I don't think I was. I'm gonna go somewhere else. That happened to me in Memphis at one point. So I'm speaking from experience here. I took a wrong turn on Beale Street and had somebody go, "I don't think you're supposed to be here." And I went, "I don't think I am," and turned around and left. And 83 looks exactly like I did. Anyways, so then after that, Levis is a little on the sped up side. Oh, that's tough. That looks like it hurts. Let's see. If interior pressure is so crippling to an offensive game plan, why does all the money go towards OTs and DEs? Zai, that's a great question. Usually the answer is because there's just not much you can do if you're getting your ass kicked on the outside. Uh, you've probably seen it, but when your tackle is losing, you don't have a lot of places to go, especially because the interior guys can get doubled in a lot of cases. There's so much space and there's so few guys that can play tackle. Whereas generally guards, I know you guys aren't going to believe me. Guards are supposed to be kind of replaceable. Centers are supposed to be kind of replaceable. You're not going to believe me because the Bears can't find a replacement that's any good. So I get that. But there's I will tell you though, for what it's worth, Zai, the math has started to change. I mean, let's not forget we're living in the age of Aaron Donald, right? I mean, Zai, what you're saying is, I think, the biggest change that we've seen over the last 15 years. Think about it. Not long ago, Khalil Mack types were the kings in the NFL, but now the kings are generally they're generally Jeffrey Simmons and Aaron Donald and Chris Jones and all these guys that are total maniacs in the interior. Let me see. Who did? Yeah, we haven't had a true C since Croots. NFL Film Room. Dexter Lawrence did go nuts last week. He's awesome. It's different. Like, these interior guys are ruling the NFL. Do the Bears draft a center next year? I don't know, Micah. I think it makes more sense in theory than it does in practice because it's harder to find a good center than you think. It's not as easy as draft one, he's good. Let's put it that way, especially in the higher rounds. You can get a lot of Garrett Bradburys around there. And that's a fine player, but it may not be what you want out of a first rounder. But so do you use it on a defensive tackle? Because those guys are harder to find. Oh, here we go. Who's 93? I thought I was about to look at Dexter. And here's whoever 93 is. Here he is with one of these sicko arm tackles where he just grabs the guy and melts him. Derek Brown, Zach Martin, baby. One of the top three is definitely going to be an IOL. Let me see. Oh, yeah, Big Bear. You're talking about the Tremaine tackle that was a 3rd and 3 that he ends up making the tackle at the 1 yard line, right? And then Chicago, what question did you ask about? My kingdom for Linderbaum. No. Yeah, not the 1 yard line. Sorry about that. This is seriously, Jibby. It's crazy. I mean, you want to talk about one thing that I think is really wild in this game. Billings matches up against Skoronski, and he looks like he's getting owned nearly the whole game. But so, by the way, Jibby, this is exactly the kind of play you and I were talking about earlier, right? Where Tyreek Stevenson defending the slant, and what does he do? Enough, right? He gets his hands on the guy. He disrupts the timing of the route itself. The throw sails, in part because Levis is expecting him to be 2 more steps further. And at that point, the throw whizzes over his head, and 3rd down is snuffed out. That's it. It's not the sexy interception. It's not this awesome battle. It's just putting your hands in the right place. And let's see. What are we talking about, Milton? Did I mess some up? Oh, Covert 93. Gotcha. And so, yeah, we watched the Edmonds play. We can go back and watch it one more time. I think I roughly remember where it is, and Ben's asked me for it before, and I appreciate you. We've watched the whole game chronologically. It would shock me if we haven't seen the Edmonds play you're talking about. I mean, just to be clear, we're talking about, let me see, 3rd and 12. No worries. That's one of the things that makes this channel, and it's part of where the hardcore people will always pitch their head back and laugh when I talk about how I'm almost done, because I rarely am, because I really go through the entire game for you guys, for love of ball. It's this one, right, Big Ben? Um, yeah, I know nobody does. Yeah, Ben, it's sicko. I mean, when Tremaine got paid this much money, and when I tried to tell you, this is why they had to pay it. It's for long runs like this. It's a very niche play, but it's one of the most important in this football game. And if the Bears can get more out of it from a guy like Tremaine, he may just make his money's worth, and we'll take it. It's awesome. Runs with his receiver, triggers down, awesome. Yeah, right, tumultuous. Oh yeah, Ben, you can't miss that tackle. But I mean, to be fair, the Bears have missed it before. 100%, Yacha. I got you. Ball whizzes over. Let's see, 17-24, 2:20 on the clock. This was the defining drive, right? So we get, holy smokes. Who's that? Is that Dexter? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's dead. I understand. Okay, one thing we've never talked about on this channel, because I don't know if it's real, okay? I don't know. But I always feel like attrition is an underdiscussed part of talking about football, right? Where was this play worth it, right? Dexter swipes the backup guard and hits Levis like that in the game defining drive. Do you shake this off? Because I don't think Will does, right? Like it's just a part of football that I would have to have a football player talk to me about it, and probably a specific quarterback. In this case, yeah, I'm gonna watch the Stevenson part in a second, but this is just such a vicious hit, and it's a big play by Levis. But that's just massive. Like that's the kind of thing where I have to envision that your body is just reeling, especially after 3 hours of football and your ribs are aching. Like taking that kind of a blow is tough. Now let me see. Oh man. Yeah, that's so. Anyways, these are plays where I would love to see Stevenson find a way to get his hands on Calvin Ridley, because on a big play like this, Ridley hits this pretty head snap inside fake and gets Stevenson stopping. And at that point, he's just all on his own. Stevenson does a good job making sure to play prevent anyways, but that is, oh boy, that's a good move. I would love to see some of the Bears receivers do this at all. Not that they have separation issues, more that I feel like from a route running standpoint, it wasn't as if the Bears receivers, when I watched them, are dancing dudes the way that I would like to see them. I would like to see this room with such high investment ultimately like get to. But the guys can do it. Good route by Ridley. 1st and 10. Good play by Edmonds. That's that. Well, DJ's going to run by you. Okay, Sweat. They said, this dude's a backup guard. What's he going to do? Oh, yeah, Moore was cooking Snead, but I guess that's not too... I don't want to call that unsurprising, Jibby, but at the same time, when your quarterback's airmailing everything and everybody's just getting frustrated across the board, it's not the right week to talk about it. Here's Stevenson running with Ridley. So Stevenson gets one. Or what is it? Stevenson has 2. Ridley has 1. Which is exactly the ratio that you're probably going to expect, to be honest. Like, Stevenson's just a chore to deal with. Good enough to be a pain. And you can't attack Jalen, because the moment you do, you're already sunk. Albono, I don't want to go so far as to say Snead is or isn't washed. This was another one of those. It's funny, right? You start watching a lot of football, especially defensive football, and you go, that's the play of the game, that's the play of the game, that's the play of the game. This was another one of those plays of the game. Jalen getting around Ridley, and catch you later, Ace. Always good. Always good to be talking about actual Bears football. Jalen Johnson triggering like this, getting around Ridley, laying the hit on, and cutting down what was a 3rd and 8 into a 4th and 10. Like, that's sicko, if you ask me. Necessary play. Levis getting that ball out. 4th and 10. Oh, yeah. So who gets the hit? DeMarcus Walker working Skoronski. Okay. We should probably talk about this while we get the chance. I like Andrew Billings. I like DeMarcus Walker. Do y'all remember the way people in this chat and around Chicago talked about Peter Skoronski? Do y'all remember this? I want to talk about this because it's important, and I need everybody to learn this lesson while you can, because around's going to come draft season. People can do it again, right? Do y'all remember this? Because I do. People talked about Skoronski and any other lineman under the sun like they're going to hit the league and they're immediately going to be amazing. Everybody does this. The receiver's going to be bad, but the lineman's going to be good. Why is the lineman going to be good? Because it's the boring pick. And in most life decisions, investing in the S&P 500 is boring, but it's smart money. And therefore, people address the line the same way. This happens all the time, right? All the time. Where instead of looking at a player and saying, this one's good, this one's also good, and both of them are probably going to struggle as rookies, right? Instead, we talk about it like the linemen are always going to be great. And the skill positions, I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But the lineman's always going to be great. But that's just not always true. Skoronski is pick number 11. And if I am a Titans fan, I don't like this. Watch the whole game. Talked up Andrew Billings. Like, talked about this left, right, and center about how excited I am that Billings was doing this to Skoronski. But then you hit the point where DeMarcus Walker's doing it too, and it does kind of contextualize things and make me go, yikes, dude. 4th and 10, gotta have it down. And we're the reason that our quarterback is throwing under pressure. That I would not be stoked. I would not be psyched if I was a Titans fan or if this was Bears' second-year player, right? Because this isn't a rookie. This is his second year. This is when he's supposed to be a leader. And that's the thing. Rock. Just to be clear, I'm not actually coming at the Titans for drafting Skoronski. It's the right choice. He's fine, right? I'm more pointing out that he might not be good. Like, Skoronski might just be all right. Even then, he might end up being just okay. He could even be bad when all things are said and done. I'm more pointing out that when we get to draft season and people inevitably talk about the offensive line, offensive linemen are just not as easy to draft as people are going to tell you they are. Because the moment that Peter Skoronski, J.C. Latham, name me any of them, right? Tyler Linderbaum, almost anybody. Seriously, almost any lineman. The moment they get drafted and they aren't on your team, people forget about them and they never go back and check. And you'll never hear about which ones are bad because you'll hear about the ones that are good. And like you're saying, Joe, or Tumultuous, Joel looks sicko mode. And that's good. Good for him. Seriously, probably had the best rookie debut out of everybody. Out of the whole rookie class at this point. But so, Alex, I'm Bears guy in this case. But more pointing out that lines are hard to fix. Very, very hard to fix. Very hard to fix. And solutions are not always easy to find, nor are they frankly easy to suss out in many cases. But I'm using this play to make a grander point about how just because you took a lineman high does not make it a good investment. You're trying to fix a position, but you need more than that. Anyways, good on Jalen Johnson to track this ball, fight his way in front, and finally catch the dang thing. Nice. Yeah, that's pretty good too, Case. Okay, so Xavier Worthy is so funny, by the way. I can't speak to what everybody else thought about him. Worthy is unbelievably fast. Worthy is a lot of things, right? A lot of things. But mostly he's fast, fairly small, and has suspect hands, especially under contested situations. And then, Case, he ends up in the dream scenario. Worthy on the Bears, probably just fine. Worthy on the Bills, probably pretty good. Worthy on the Steelers, maybe he's got a solid role. Worthy on the Chiefs, lock it up, right? I understand that all the Ben Solak types, et cetera, are going to look and they're going to say, I'm sure nobody's going to. In fact, he did this. Like Ben said, I'm sure nobody's going to react to Xavier Worthy scoring 2 touchdowns off an end around and a blown coverage. And I'm sitting here looking at Xavier Worthy and I'm like, yeah, against the Chiefs, you're going to blow coverages. And against the Chiefs, they're going to hit you with end arounds. I don't know why we're taking away Worthy's touchdowns as if his speed isn't a massive problem, because the Chiefs have been beating people by dinking and dunking. And now you get a player that is good for a couple jailbreaks a game. That's very dangerous. And I'm right there with you, Rock, where I don't want to pretend, just so we're on the same page, Rock. I'm not trying to say he's good for 2 touchdowns a game. That would be an unheard of season. I'm more saying that the Chiefs desperately needed that gimmick. And even to use Dynasty's way of talking about this, he says he's a gimmick player in the best gimmick possible. The Chiefs just needed a field stretcher, and I'm right there where I don't know whether or not. I'm not going to tell you whether or not. No, I'll just say it. Most first-round receivers, I'm expecting more from what I think Worthy can give you. But in that offense specifically, especially with the personnel that they have, where Travis Kelce cannot get vertical. It's just not part of his game anymore. And Juju Smith-Schuster and Rashee Rice and a couple of the others, they can get vertical, but they're not going to do it well. Now you've got one guy who's going to pull the defense back a little bit, and that may open up space for Kelce to get balls like in different spots. And yeah, Case, I'm right there with you when we talk about CEH. Maybe it locks itself up. And frankly, whenever I watch the game on broadcast, it's not like I know, right? Like I got to be so real with that. A lot of my takes around the rest of the NFL are a lot weaker than my takes are going to be against the Bears, because I watch the Bears every single week. And I watch other teams when I can, which is not that often. So I'll watch their highlight packages, like the 13-minute things on the NFL, and I'll watch as many games as I can during Red Zone. I just appreciate the fact that Worthy can get as open as he can on these jailbreakers, and then Mahomes can push the ball wherever he wants to. And anyways, are we ready? Is your seatbelt on? Is you wearing your hazard suit? You good to go? I don't know how much of the Bears offense we'll talk about. We're going to talk about some of it. And that's enough. So, let me update the now discussing. Here we go. And I want to make it clear one more time. Just one more time. It's a mess. But it's our mess. Okay. Start off with some motion and a handoff, and this had me feeling great. This had me feeling awesome. I was like, I didn't think the Bears were going to be able to run the ball at all, and they immediately come out with some solid outside zone action. Coleman Shelton gets to his spot. Like, here we go. We get a nice little combo double block. Swift puts his foot in the ground. Okay, we're working. Here we go. Little back action. Case. Then we get this screen, and I gotta be real with you. I kind of expected DJ to do a little more with this. I don't know if anybody else felt this way, but and I'm talking like live watch. I gotta make this so clear. I got time to watch through the defense. We were detailed with the defense. With the offense, I've seen most of this tape, but I'm going to walk you through how I felt at the time, because I kind of think that's where everybody's at, right? when DJ caught this, hi, honey, and he had this kind of space, I definitely thought he was going to do more than just fall down to the side. But that's that. But we don't. So 3rd and 1. No big deal. We got Caleb Williams. Let's see. And then what do they do? Okay, so we're going to go motion. When we motion, the Titans show us zone. Then we go back to, what is this, like a soft bunch. Caleb checks to something. Uh-oh. So there has been some discussion on where Caleb was throwing the ball. Look, maybe this is me having faith in the kid, but I think he's pretty plainly throwing to DJ Moore. Like, I think he sees Moore coming in, because if he's throwing to Keenan, he misses him plainly. But I think he sees Moore coming across. But let's take a look at what happens inside of the pocket. Inside the pocket, we get charged at almost immediately. I think that right now, Caleb's got his eyes on Odunze. That's just the vibe that I'm getting from this. Keenan is running an option route by the looks of it, and he gets open, like Chargers open. This reminds me of a lot of what we saw on the Chargers tape, but normally he is out of it a little faster than that. Like, quick thing, let's just count Mississippi's, right? 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and about a half. I don't know. Where I look at this and see if the read is Keenan, which it would be weird to me that they had Keenan do all that motion for him to run an option route, and he's not the guy you're supposed to be looking at. It takes a little while. So when then Caleb wants to squeeze to Odunze, I get it. But then we look at the back copy. First of all, I think Caleb can throw the ball, or at least I'd like him to throw the ball in that case. But I can see why he tried to roll out, because you look at the back copy, my goodness, like Jeffrey Simmons Billings him. Boom, see you later. And then Swift is not helpful at all. I don't know where Swift is going. Like, is Swift trying to get open for a check down? You tell me. But Simmons is in that backfield immediately. Bummer. That obviously doesn't connect. 3rd down or drive over. First drive of the Bears season, not fun. And then it does not help anything, in my opinion. I'm really curious as to what Rome's rules are here, because when Rome sees this, I've seen a lot of receivers that'll sit it down in this case, especially against zone coverage, but Rome keeps running. Pretty basic that I've seen, where zone, you sit, man, you run, and Rome keeps running. So is it because he wanted to clear 56? I don't know. But there's enough miscommunication and confusion in this Bears offense that, yeah, I'm going to kind of pick and scratch at almost anything. So then the Bears run the ball, and they get another 6 yards. Get guys in motion, moving laterally. I like the false handoff into the flick. I'm always a fan of the, like, fake jet pitch. I think it gets guys moving pretty well. And then at that point, Keenan puts on a pretty good block here on the outside. And then who is that? Rome. Rome drives his guy pretty deep. And from there, Swift's able to take it. What's Braxton do? What do we got, Braxton and Tevin? Tevin doesn't really get to his guy, and Braxton just runs out to the side. But another 2nd and 4. This one at the 40. Oh, is this that drive? I think it is, right? Run the ball, get almost nothing. This becomes life. The Bears were so terrified of 93 that, from what I understood, they just never wanted to run at him. You know, DG, everything looks like a crappy game plan when you get no yardage. But, I mean, we all know the plays got made. Or, not the plays got made, but the plays were there to be made. People got to execute. It can be both. And yeah, that's the thing. Everybody's going to say, let's go ask Seattle fans. But every fan base hates their OC. That's why Bears fans were bragging about LOL, imagine with the Raiders doing what the Raiders or with the Raiders hiring Getsy and immediately complaining about too many screens. Uh Bears go empty. Keenan's wide open. You've seen it a lot. Now, I think so. I've seen some people meme about how Moore gets open, Rome is open, Keenan Allen is open. I don't understand the complaining about the decision. Uh, like he's wide open. Not to mention the way Keenan's reading this. Keenan sees single high, and so what? Not Keenan. Caleb sees single high, so he knows that he's got a post, and then he's got the out and up in this case. And when I see this, what I think this corner or what I think Caleb is doing is he's trying to see whether this corner is in man and therefore throw to Keenan, or whether he's in zone and therefore throw to Rome. And the corner plays it enough like man where it isn't man. The corner's playing it as zone, but Caleb sees 38 step inside, therefore he's going to throw behind him to put the ball into where Keenan would be. And he just skies it. Got a hit. It's the right read. And Marcus, I don't know if it's going to go for 6 because I think if Keenan catches it right there, this corner ranges over and makes the tackle at around the 15. But you never know. I like the read because the read is good. Not to mention when we talk about rushing the throw, so Caleb moves into pressure a little. Ironically, one thing that we talked about that we liked, right, is so I talked in the preseason about how I liked that Caleb takes a strong step forward in the back of the pocket. On a play like this, I actually think Caleb could have used the time and space that would come with a step backwards. It's just my 2 cents. Especially because he's on the little shorter side. But then Simmons just bullies Tevin again, which I don't care. Hit the throw. Hit the throw. Hit the throw. Are we all on the same page here? But you go back and watch, I was so focused on the fact that Caleb missed that no, I did not see that Tevin Jenkins gets folded like he's not the best Bears interior lineman that we have. Like, we can talk about needing to fix the interior, but can we acknowledge, at least a little, that when Tev is eating L's left, right, and center, the Bears were in trouble. Holy smokes, that's not even Simmons, that's Sweat. Jeepers, 93 is the other one. Oh my gosh, that's a rookie. That's a rookie. Whoa, drink that in. Like, yeah, Sweat's playing like an animal. I mean, gets the hands. Look at that fist. If this was a Bears D lineman, we'd be talking and laughing. Like, he puts that hand on his chest and he throws him away. That is a grown man rush. Holy smokes. Whoa. I need to like go back and drink that in again anyways. Oh my word. So here's Jeff Simmons, the dangerous mother guy I thought we were talking about. This is Tavondre Sweat, who just says, I think I'm better than you. He's drafted in the 3rd round, Micah, though it's a little different because he had legal trouble right before the draft. My goodness. Is it fair to have a low concern? Joe, I can't tell you not to have a concern. Caleb Williams just threw for 93 passing yards. Even if all of these mistakes are physical, they're not all, but even if all of these mistakes are physical, 93 passing yards. You're allowed to be concerned. But so, here, 3rd and 3. Caleb hits Keenan. It's the option route we were looking for earlier. I think it's a little unusual that JT, this is my opinion, was he really 2nd round? So legal trouble and all, they still drafted him 2nd round. Poof, he's playing like it. Boy, oh boy. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, Alex. But so I know JT doesn't like Keenan, but when we watched Keenan against the Chargers, this is just exactly what we saw, where it's these option releases left, right, and center, and the quarterback's just got to paint him. So here, Caleb paints him, takes one step back in the pocket, mishandles the snap. That's a weird thing. You want to talk about another element of strange to this game, personally? Caleb looked uncomfortable with literally everything. Like, I have trouble not feeling like there's a serious nerve component because we're not even handling the snap well. We've played football all our life, but suddenly you get into a ball game after a whole camp and you can't even put the snap in your hand decently. So on one hand, sure, I get anybody who's concerned, but Caleb had problems with everything. His eyes went to generally the right place, truly, but physically, his feet were messier. His arm was messier. His handling was messier. Everything was a little slower. TJ, who's playing the Panthers? Like, I get it that you got to pick everybody at some point, but I have to think the Texans will have a better lock game. Look, I'll be real with you, TJ. I think there's every chance that the Bears lose. But when people start talking about survivor picks, TJ, I go, oh, I don't know. Because the moment you start picking against a team in survivor, you're betting against anything going wrong. And that's where I get a little further away from picking against the Bears here. I would bet against the Bears in this case, just so we're on the same page. I don't think the Bears are going to win. But survivor pick, if Stroud throws 2 interceptions and Mixon fumbles, anything's possible. And those are the kinds of games that'll get you in trouble in Survivor, as opposed to a deflated Panthers team that just lost Derek Brown. But that's my 2 cents. Okay. Yeah, D. Staren's not kidding. Look at Nate Davis on this play. Yeah, no kidding, right, TJ? I think you're fine to do it. But I also think that there's going to be there's going to be clearer games where the Bears are going to lose. Though right now is a good time to get them. Oh yeah, this is the too many men penalty. So I love this play. Man, I love this play. With DJ just going to war. I'll take these. I'll take them when they're a foul against the offense. I always think these establishers are great. So hang on just a minute. Look, CJ Stroud is a dog. We're all on the same page there. But when you got to the playoffs, obviously things changed, right? I understand that when everybody's talking about the last game, what I'm mainly talking about, Jibby, is the very, very off chance that the Bears give his receivers problems, because very few teams have the gear the Bears do at corner. It's that simple. It's not that you're locking out Stroud. You just have to lock out his weapons, which is not that easy. It's not easy at all. It's more pointing out that when you harry a quarterback's weaponry, you might just make something work. So, I mean, TJ, you can say that, but I don't think it's out of the question. Why? I mean, did I miss something? Did CJ have a better game than I thought he did in this last one against Indianapolis? That's a pretty poor secondary. He took 4 sacks and sure, 234 yards. Great. But I don't know, man. I'm not trying to sit here and tell you it's definitely going to happen. Everybody's just looking at me like the Texans are the 5th best offense in the league, and we just saw Stephon Diggs get let go by Buffalo. I mean, they didn't want him anymore. And Nico Collins looks amazing. Tank Dell is awesome. These guys are great players, but of all the secondaries, that's it's like what the Bears are good at right now. So will a physical set of Bears corners beat a fast set of Texans receivers? That's why they play the game. I don't know. I just don't think it's something that you can write home on. But if you want to, go ahead and pick them. I mean, chances are you'll win. You'll come back. You'll tell me I picked him in Survivor and I'm glad I didn't listen to you. Go for it. But if the Bears do win the game, which is an extra credit game, by the way, then I hope you don't pick the Texans. It's just things are different if you can take away somebody's set of receivers. If I have 4 picks, you have 4 picks. I thought you picked 1 in Survivor. You have to pick 4 games. Dang. Well, you say Caleb's throwing the ball away, Ben. In my opinion, Caleb's lobbing it up for DJ just in case he gets up. But I guess he might also be throwing it away. Once he sees the flat, it's a weird play because as a quarterback, like the flags are all over. They're flying at that point. You can buy, okay, I gotcha. Joe asks, do I have an issue with Waldron basically shelving Kmet? That I do have a bone to pick with. There are a lot of things that you're going to hear me downplay and say, it's week 1, everybody calm down, don't worry so much about it. The thing where we put Kmet to the side is a little weird to me because I haven't seen anything from Gerald Everett so far, but we keep wanting to use him. And I think it's a little strange because Gerald Everett doesn't feel like he can separate at that point, which rip me. I don't get the part where Kmet isn't playing. I think Kmet actually looks really slim right now, but I like it a lot, or like what Kmet's doing. So leaving him off, especially because he's like got the bigger contract, feels very weird to me. Another good run on this play. Yeah, he must. Here's Tevin getting to the second level. Good job, Braxton Jones. Like, get out there, baby. Boom. Donald, because they clearly think he can. I have everybody around the league, like all my league people, telling me you're crazy. Everett's much more athletic than Kmet. And I'm like, I believe you, but in all of the tape I'm watching, it's terrible. Okay, so here's a sack, right? Handoff. Caleb tries to do way too much, gets out of the first tackle, takes a 19-yard sack. And as somebody has talked about, so it's on Nate Davis, but it's definitely on Caleb also. I want to point out that what I did not know is that this is a screen. Why are we doing this for a screen? What's the point of doing this for a screen? What do we think we're making hay for? I mean, you can't like get out of this and expect to do something with the ball. You have to find a way to get it out. That's a good way to put it, tumultuous. Davis has to range over and cover this gap. That's just the way outside zone play action works. So Caleb turning around and seeing interior pressure in his face, especially after arcing this way, huge bummer. But you can't take a massive loss there. You don't need quarterback genius to explain it to you. Like, once you break the guy down, you got to find some way to just wrist the ball into, or like at the feet of DeAndre Swift. And if you can't do it, then arc and get the ball out of your hands. It is a rookie mistake, Ben. Definitely. But it's a massive, massive, massive loss that obviously knocks them out of field goal range. Then 2nd and 29. Is this the Everett screen? No, it's this play. Let's see, what are they running? For all I know, because I really don't, this play looks like it's got options on it, but it's a hook, it's an out, and it's DJ running up the field to occupy the safety. So it looks like it's for Rome 100% of the way. And personally, I would love for Rome to catch this ball. Caleb steps up and he waits for Rome to turn for him. So maybe a little anticipation would be nice. But Caleb also guns it to Rome so that he can fit it in there before the DB. And then the DB makes a nice play on it. If it was Tyreek Stevenson, we'd say, "Oh, that's nice." But you got to remember, Jimmy, because you mentioned that Everett won up top, but you're not, I mean, nobody is all 22 vision and sees the whole thing. You got to play the concept out. And the concept is for Rome over the middle. You can see that that's where they're going. It's part of why I think it's an option, is because Caleb's timing, at least on this specific play, looks like the standard wait until you see your eye or your receiver make eye contact with you and then rip the ball to him. But I don't know. Maybe Caleb just took a loss and he's playing a little slower. Every once in a while, I got to say this, if there's one thing on Caleb's college tape that could be something he's got to work through, it's that while Caleb can play with anticipation, in many cases, he would play a tick late because he never got punished for it. So in this game, maybe he's playing a tick, one tick late. So not 2 ticks, 3 ticks late, but he gets the ball to him. So there is an element of it hits the receiver in the hands, but in the future, you'd like him to get the ball out a little faster. Man. Tevin's still ending up on the ground. In this case, it's against Simmons, and Caleb's got to move out of the way. Caleb does move out of the way, rips it. Another good option would be for Caleb to place it, frankly, a little better. Because if you are going to be a little late, at least get the ball on the right side of the shoulder. It's not. It's on the back side of the shoulder, so Rome has to try to carry it across from him, which does not work. You can play it faster, you can put it on the other shoulder, but at least in my opinion, we're looking in the right area of the field. And Jibby, if you're looking for this is something that makes me feel better. We're attacking the middle. We're not worried. That's not standard for rookie quarterbacks. Go back and look at Bo and Jaden Daniels' starts if you care. Neither of them are attempting any throws over the middle of the field, and we're inaccurate here. We're inaccurate the whole dadgum game. That's not helpful. But getting over the middle of the field is a good thing to see, I think, when we're talking about competency at quarterback. It does feel like everybody drifts. There's a lot of miscommunications in this game, guys. Like, I see them. You see them all over the place. I see them all over the place, where maybe Caleb is thinking, Rome, don't drift. Like, just stop there and wait for the ball. Because certainly when you look at where he has it, Caleb throws this thing, and if Rome stops there, it is on the right side of his shoulder. Heck if I know. We don't know. But I'm not going to pin it. You got to pin it on Caleb, okay? We got to be big boys and girls. We got to pin it on Caleb. Maybe Rome is supposed to stop. Maybe Rome wants him to put it in green grass. Maybe. You have to put it on Caleb because we don't have enough reason, or we don't have enough information to do anything else, okay? No matter how much you like Caleb, that's what that is, right? That's it. Hopefully, TJ. But you have to put it on Caleb. But maybe it gets fixed because he and Rome talk it out going forward. It's both and. Then they call a screen for Gerald Everett, who has never done anything exciting in a Bears uniform yet. Typical Bears uniform, too. Like, seriously. Unfortunately, the Bears uniform is not kind to anybody in a skill position play. And so Coleman Shelton does not help us here. 65 lines up the block and misses it. So then Everett is, not that guy. And from there, the Bears they have to punt instead of kicking a field goal. Iceberg. What? Hang on. Iceberg. Love you. Levis, do you mean Levis? Levis had 2 turnovers. We're not talking about him having 3 interceptions, right? Or are you talking about the ones, are you counting the ones that didn't get caught? Even then, which 3? Roll out. So if there's something to worry about, but also this is part of me looking back, Did he have a second interception? Oh yeah. I gotcha. If When we talk about being worried or not worried about Caleb, I think this throw is simultaneously sick that it's possible. Like the biomechanics on this pass are always going to be ridiculous. It's way too high. This is way too hard, if you ask me. Like, we're throwing it really hard, sure, but also DJ is going full extension to pull this thing down, which is me trying to speak to Caleb's inaccuracy. Like, it's all over the tape. He's not placing the ball well. And so that's something that's just got to be cleaner. Man, it's pretty. It is pretty to watch that thing just move like that. Great catch by DJ. Good job getting down. But he takes a bump in part because going full extension is not easy. Well, it's both. Like, Ben and Zai, I'm right there with you guys. Like, y'all, I get it. I'm making the argument here of this feels uncharacteristically off. That's all. Like, it's a hard throw. It's a throw that frankly shouldn't be this hard. 69 does do a good job of getting in the way of it, but there's got to be ways that Waldron can help us make this thing easier so that we can step forward and make that throw instead of having to make it with Caleb angling back this way while he tries to pump the ball forward. There's got to be ways to make that easier. But we just don't want our guys to be full extension, Ben. It's on target. We like that it's on target, especially in a 93-yard game. But this kind of ball velocity is much more of what we're looking for. Like, pop, throw, on the body, on the break. And that's easy. Johnny, that's generally where I'm at. And it's funny, at least Ben, in my opinion, when you're talking about guys who are throwing as the receiver's breaking, as is proper, and they get enough space. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks that won't place the ball all the way out here because if you catch it all the way out there, you're leaning, and sometimes it'll take you too close to the sidelines. It's not saying it's 100% of the time. It's more that sometimes you'll see them just put it right on their face so that naturally you stop a little as you catch the ball, and it helps you gather and get up the sidelines. It's totally an eye of the beholder thing. Do you think he did it on purpose? Do you think it's a little behind him? I'm just glad it's not like way over here. Here's Bates getting in the game at 71. Maybe Darnell Wright's just going to make this whole playing with one arm thing just part of who he is. We haven't highlighted Braxton Jones or Darnell Wright yet, and frankly, I'm glad we haven't had to. But that's hilarious just seeing Darnell Wright stick one arm out and just like, LOL, you're done. Braxton's anchor gets danced a little bit, but it'll do. What's the play call here? Down at the bottom, curling in and out. Okay. Basic stuff. Now, the Bears' situational running game drives me nuts. 2nd and 1, and we can't get anything. Boom. Darnell Wright cannot get us the edge. And what is up with that? Is he worried about getting his knee blown up? Whatever it is, that ain't helping us at all. And then Keenan Allen misses a block on this side too, where Allen, Wright, we get neither. Gerald Everett blows his guy up. Good catch on that, Mike. Where right here, Everett's just going to whoop his guy. But we lose yardage. Hooray us. Now, could we just run duo or something like that? I don't know. You tell me. So far, we've lost almost every interior matchup in this short game that we've played. But running outside totally unsuccessfully. Let me see. It's hard to tell because I'll tell you, Mike, I've seen a lot of these cases where they will pull somebody over here. Like, so Mike's saying that he wonders if somebody was supposed to come front side. I think it's supposed to look like this, where you've got a or a swinging tight end who's supposed to draw one of these linebackers, just because more often than not, this is trying to basically imitate split flow outside zone. And you hope it does, because if it does, he's going to think he's free, and then Keenan Allen's supposed to block him fairly easily, and then this guy is going to end up one-on-one with your tackle, who's obviously going to win this matchup, right? Because nobody would ever beat the tackle in an outside matchup, right? Right? That's what you say to yourself. And so then Keenan loses in open space. Darnell loses in open space. Both of these guys hit. It's probably actually a pretty solid game. Like, if we get this hole, Swift is gone. We don't get this hole. Hang on, who's 50? Because maybe we don't. Yeah, if Swift gets this, then this guy makes the tackle. He is steaming right now. So there may have just been like nothing there. Yeah, 56 is going to blow that up if that guy didn't. So that's tough. Good D, no look. Bears went empty left, right, and center. They went empty all the time. They wanted to make things as easy as possible for Caleb to read, and it did. Here, they get man. And so this is the play that I've seen Caleb just love, right? Where they'll run like a stick curl. I think they run another stick curl over here, and then they have DeAndre Carter running a go. I can't remember what they're going to do on the backside, so I'm going to play the clip so that I can remind myself what they do on the other side. Looks like it's Keenan running a juke route, and then Rome running down the sidelines. So let's say, what's the word? Theoretically, you're looking at a cover zero look where you've got Gerald Everett and you've got everybody man on man on man. And everybody, of course, because he misses, is going to look and they're going to say, why are we not throwing to, so Rudy, worth mentioning, Scott's not in the game. Scott's inactive at this point. You can't put Scott on this play because Carter's been killing it on special teams. Everybody's going to look and they're going to say, why not throw it to Rome? Rome has a must outside release go against one of the Titans' only good players. So in theory, I guess the idea would be we've got a better matchup on this inside fade where we're thinking that our guy should be able to feint inside and then win outside, which, by the way, play the clip. Thank you. He does. He wins. Now, obviously, when we have the clicker, you should throw it to Rome. But it's not a bad decision. I will defend this to death. It's not a bad decision. If the guy wearing number 1 had thrown this ball, I would have told you the same thing. On the whiteboard, this is a perfectly fine decision. If anything, it fits what Caleb's done with the air raid forever. Where you take the slot fade against man coverage against a nickel corner that's lost. And Jibby, what you're talking about is more know your personnel. It's buddy ball, right? It's Rome's better. So if Rome's better, then I should throw him the ball, right, Jibby? And that's actually something that we may see more of in the future because Caleb's going to learn similar lessons to what you're learning on the whiteboard, where in theory, this is good. In practice, maybe better to just target the guy. But also, if you win, so I see this all the time, Case. I couldn't explain it to you, but Rome lets up a lot. It also looks like, to me at least, by the time Caleb looks back, let's see, where's Caleb's eyes go first? First, it looks like Caleb looks for Keenan Allen, and then he sees that this guy dropped. So once Keenan Allen's not there, he resets and goes to throw to Carter. Now, I'm not about to call Caleb a wuss, but it also looks like when Caleb's eyes cast to Carter, he catches that he's getting blitzed. And so I do think his foot opens up to the outside here and means that he's throwing with all shoulder rather than just stepping into it. So he just wrists the ball, which I will still think it's wild. maybe Caleb is just horrible. Okay. Just to appeal to the doubters, I guess, for a little bit. It's still crazy to me that Caleb can open his foot like that and get the ball that far down the field. But it doesn't really matter. He's got to step into this because the ball's got to be more accurate. It's more accurate in school. It's got to translate to the NFL. But, Case, I think it's an alert. You can take Rome if you like the matchup. And certainly in the future, maybe you do. This kind of press coverage should be inviting when you're talking about a player just like Rome Odunze. But there's nothing wrong with taking a guy who's got inside leverage on you and saying, with the way he's playing my guy, we should win on the outside. And then you got to hit it. There is a lot more space, Timothy. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? Is classically speaking, that's the decision, is that you should go to Carter. But that's DeAndre freaking Carter. And the other one is Rome Odunze. So I get that anybody, when the ball's not complete, is going to say, why don't we throw to Rome? Rome is open. Sure. But classically speaking, the slot guy is the one a lot of people would work with. My argument would basically be that should be DJ, right? My simplistic fix would be that's got to be number 2. And we got to throw a better ball. And if that's DJ Moore, absolutely 0 people complain. You can also just throw it to, that's the other piece to this, Doctor. And he's not going to, Jibby, because he's made that decision pre-snap. You got to remember, Jib, you're not reading all 5 receivers. In this case, you're taking a quick look at one, and he's your short conversion. And then if he's not there, it's cover 0. You got to get the ball out. So he throws it on time, but with horrible footwork. We can't open up like this when we're just trying to launch the ball. And if we're going to do it, we got to hit the throw. But obviously, it's way too far. Oh, does he give Everett a look too? Looks like he IDs no safety at the very least. Snap. Check. No safety in the middle. If there's no safety, I'm going to my deep option. It's a decent decision. It's a bad execution. It looks like he gets to something, Eric. He definitely thinks through at least a piece of it. Oh boy. So, 17-0. 3 minutes left of the second quarter. We bring in Keenan Allen from the outside. Looks like the Titans are showing us a cover 3 like. Snap, handoff. Oh, man. Yeah, T'Vondre Sweat just eats this play. And the Bears lose like 5 yards. It sure doesn't help anything, Cooper, does it, that Tevin gets nothing on him. I mean, pop, goodbye. Yikes. And another play where, honestly, an okay block makes for a solid hitter. Look at this. Darnell Wright gets him out of the way. If he's not there, all right, we've got an edge. But we don't, because we got owned. When I look at this offense, maybe the Texans just beat them. Like, that's super, super possible. But I keep feeling like nearly every play we look at is, okay, there was something here. And then they got owned. Compared to the Titans, where if you guys felt like I did while we're watching the Titans offense, it felt like the Titans every once in a while pulled out a solid play call. But when it came time to go mano a mano with the Bears guy, a surprising amount of time, the Bears guy had the advantage, especially if we're talking DBs, linebackers, receivers, etc. But which Allen? Keenan Allen. Yeah, Keenan Allen's not especially great blocker, but that's how it is. At least based on the tape, it sure feels like, yeah, if you're talking about the ones downfield, yeah, definitely. Um, dude, Quentin, I'm not sure. The interior matchup was devastating, though. The Bears lost left, right, and center. At least to those two. There we go. That's nice. Just a basic big slant with a screen option if Caleb wants it. Bears go quads on this side, and Titans match with 4 over here, plus a linebacker. Frees up all kinds of room for the bang in, the big slant, the skinny post, whatever, or like the post, whatever you want to call this. Caleb stands, throws. If you're looking for positivity, this is it. Now, I would love to get our front foot planted a little closer towards DJ if I'm being especially specific. But if you can wrist it, you can wrist it. And he does. It's nice. No, D. I wish it was right guard. Right guard is going to get right guard and center are going to be the scapegoat. But if you notice, so Simmons here eats Shelton. But this is what you should expect from Shelton. Like, this is what I was expecting. Push, own the guy, but hold him off just enough. And Caleb does a good job getting the ball out, on target, right where it should be. Darnell Wright had a great day. I mean, this is all day. Every Darnell Wright snap that I'm looking over and seeing, it's just like, yeah, you're done. Nate Davis getting rotated, Jay Sanders. No worries. So what is this, 3rd and 1? Oh, boy. I don't get this one, right? 4th and 1. Good Lord. So here's where I'm struggling, right? Because I get it. I really do. I like to think I'm reasonable. Most people that listen to me talk about football seem to do so because they think that you can get a decent perspective out of me. So I'm trying my best here, right? I've seen a lot of football games where the Bears quarterback held back a good running game and a bunch of open players in the passing game. And the open players in the passing game were a thing in this game. So I guess it's not like they were wide open, but they were open enough. Like, passing game's got to be better. But the run game is not helping anything. And they're a real problem, if you ask me. Where our situational ability to run the ball is not good. And like you're saying, Case, it doesn't help anything that you've got your run dogs on the football field. Like, even Kmet now is apparently a run dog. And so you're signaling run, you're signaling stack the box. Man, Herbert, do we have something there? I mean, we've got a DB that's like trying to work his way into the play, but running right behind Tevin Jenkins is not helping us. It doesn't hear. And that is tough. Look at the space these DTs eat. Look at this. This is gross. Here's Jenkins getting 2-gapped, which I'll be honest, Quentin, I didn't think I'd ever seen this. Like, Tevin Jenkins getting 2-gapped by a rookie that just got drafted. Goodness. And then, on the other side, Jeffrey Simmons is doing to Coleman Shelton exactly what Jeffrey Simmons would do to Coleman Shelton. Like, that part's not surprising. But the moment that you had to bet this on Coleman Shelton versus Jeffrey Simmons, you were already hosed. My goodness. Shelton can't even keep his hands on the dude. Like, this is one of those classic football moments of Coleman stopped his momentum because Simmons wanted to stop. Not because Simmons was trying to rip through the play. Fourth and 1. I did love the aggressiveness to go for it. That's pulling a good string. Good block by Rome Odunze here on the outside. That's where I lean right now, Quentin, in the absence of also, hey, kudos to Cole Kmet. Cole playing at what looks like a slimmer weight gets a great block. This one I saw live. Well, I saw it on the replay while we were watching it live. But Cole's block to me is the real springer on this one. Like Cole goes head to head with the DB in front of him, and he mashes him. Creates a major gap that Herbert slices through. Good job, Cole. Get him involved in the offense. Oh, gosh. Yeah, this is easily the worst play of the day, if you ask me. Like, it's funny. All the Caleb misses in the world, those are tough. This one, okay. The guy's just untalented. I thought Caleb threw this so hard that it was darn near uncatchable when I first watched it. It's not that bad, but the DB lets it glance off his face. If you flipped the jersey, I'd say, how on earth did you not catch this? And then Rome goes up and high points it like a king and then fumbles because I think JT's right. Well, so JT O'Sullivan basically says we're looking at a cover 4 shell here, and it's a really well done cover 4 shell, but it looks like cover 2. And against a cover 2 type defense, you are expecting this end to be open, but it's not cover 2. It's cover 4. And the moment it's cover 4, this guy just doesn't move. And when he doesn't move, you can't throw this football. Now, it doesn't help anything that I think Caleb's footwork kind of catches up with him. And he throws this basically square, and when he does, he leads DJ too far. Like, the best case scenario, if he was in a cover 2 kind of spot, great, you missed. So it still would have been inaccurate, and it's still not a good play. But the play that you get from it, I mean, it's your classic example of, I guess it works for the Bears because Tevin Jenkins sticks on it, but it's still not good. I would say that's the most worrying play. But if you're looking for Brightsider, because you're here and it's midnight, it's the worst one. It's in the first half, and in the second half, you don't see a play near this dangerous. Get a bunch more passing attempts, and none of them are straight at a defender like that. Thank you, Bearweather. I appreciate you. Wait, Ben. Oh, what is the? Oh, yes, he did. And here's the ball to Kmet. Okay, I'm just like cackling to myself a little because anybody who's asking for Kmet, the Bears get one play with Cole in the game, and of course, it's one of the easiest looking pickups of the day, right? Just 5 yards. Looks so easy, looks so effortless. 18 to 85. As easy as you could ask for. We're going to never put him in the game again. Yeah, so I'm convinced, Tumultuous, that the review made more sense than I thought it did. Okay? Anybody in the chat want to guess what they're reviewing? Anybody in the chat want to guess what they're reviewing? I think what they're reviewing makes sense. And no, while they had a sicko play, like on the, or while they had a psycho play the other direction, no, I don't think they were trying to go back and look at it. Yeah, Kevin, exactly. They're looking at whether or not his play got, so Joe or Johnny Juana, they're trying to figure out whether Cole fell sideways out of bounds or whether he got pushed backwards. Because they called that he got pushed backwards, run the clock. But this is like a 20-second difference, depending on the decision that you do and don't make here. So they're reviewing whether or not they think Cole held his progress. And to be fair to them, he goes pretty much sideways. So you see a great angle on the review that shows that he did indeed get pushed backwards. Therefore, his forward progress was stopped. Therefore, run the clock. But I think the review was entirely a matter of saving 50, or like it's the difference between 16 football seconds. Then you get this play. It's as easy as you're going to get in the NFL. It's the one where, let me see, where's the ball? Is it at the 5, the 6? If Caleb goes 99 yards and a touchdown, I think some fans feel better. I hate playing the drops game. I don't care, right? At the end of the day, you got to put enough balls on enough guys where they catch it, because unless you're dealing with 8 drops, then I really just don't want to deal with the drops game. But maybe people feel better. It's tumultuous in my opinion. It's not even that hard thrown. I mean, it's got some zip, but that's catchable. We've seen a couple of these. Like, this is a floater. Right read, right ball in the end zone. Step, casual. There it is. Now, it is wild to me that the Bears get to the end zone and they go pass, pass, pass. Like, Jibby, just throwing this at you. I think I'm going to go here. Yeah. Okay. I might be coping, but I don't think I am. It is wild to me that in the first game of the season, the Bears were completely comfortable throwing as often as they did. Caleb did not even throw all that well. But they get to the red zone, I can guarantee you, if Justin's in the game, especially in 2023, 2022, they get to that spot in the field and they run it twice anyways. That's the thing, Sir Lord. Like, you say, well, it's not like they could run the ball at all. I agree with you in principle, but in practice, I have seen a lot of Bears teams that got to that spot on the field. Man, do you remember, Sir Lord, those Nagy games? Like with Trubisky, where they would get to first and 10 or first and goal at the 9, 2 runs to Montgomery. They couldn't run the ball. 2 runs to Montgomery anyways, because they were not asking Trubisky to throw it. First game of the season, they're going to try to make they're going to try to make quick throws. And he didn't do it, right? But 100%, yeah, no kidding, right, Fuzz? But so within the context of this, there's an element of coach trust that I think is nice to see. Now, it didn't work, but the coaches think that Caleb can run this stuff, which if they think it, then at least he's done it in practice, which is something. Good ball. Somebody's mentioning it got tipped. It does look like it got tipped, which doesn't make the throw any easier, that's for sure. Yeah, it was bad, Bearweather. Hey, Bearweather, I'm just glad I could see you. Everybody else is commenting on Twitter or on YouTube, but I see you. I see you here on Twitter. Love it. Third down. Everybody's talked about this. This one's weird to me because I can't actually tell. Everybody wants to say, oh, he had a touchdown to Keenan Allen. I'm going to be honest. I don't know that he did because I think there's a chance Sweat picks him off. When Caleb's throwing this, I would argue is a little late. Now, maybe you're about to tell me that Caleb was going to feather this thing and put this over the top of Sweat. But Sweat gets well in the lane. Like, well in the lane. So if Caleb throws over him, then yeah, it's a touchdown. Good route, Keenan. But everybody's talked like, oh yeah, this is a free and easy touchdown. And yo, I'm just not so sure. Now, the center obviously gets destroyed. Like, this is the play that everybody's talked about where Jenkins unintentionally trips Coleman Shelton. Coleman Shelton gets rocked like it's me out there. And from there, Caleb never had a chance. It's the right spot to be looking at the field. Caleb maybe gets there a little late because it does look like he's checking Everett first and then works towards Keenan Allen. But it looks to me like Caleb is sidearming this ball. And I'll tell you what. Robert looks into the camera and says, if T'Vondre Sweat had picked off Caleb Williams, whatever reaction you think you're dealing with right now, you'd have it 3 times worse. You'd have it 3 times worse if Tavondre Sweat picked off Keenan Allen. So I don't know that Caleb was going to throw a touchdown. I know he threw one to Keenan just now, and then Keenan dropped it. But the tipped ball may have bailed him out. Only Caleb will truly know. Only Caleb will truly know. Ben, I'll tell you, I have no idea. We don't get any look at the ball because it's tipped immediately. That's what I'm thinking, Fuzz. Like, I have no idea. We just don't get a great look. Where Caleb's got his eyes over there. But where he's throwing the ball, is he throwing it there or is he throwing it there? Well, based on his feet going that way, no idea. So we would have just had to see it. Oh, yeah, D. We've talked about this plenty. Coping. Coping's the name of the game. And yeah, Q, same. I'm glad we get to talk about real football too. So here's our Valus carry. And I'm embarrassed. Because Valus getting away from this tackler. So Davis is supposed to reach probably one of these two. And as a matter of fact, I imagine Davis is supposed to get to 50, but he sees this guy penetrating and he tries to range over and he doesn't get there. But Valus following the track, getting outside the track, avoiding an arm tackle, and legitimately maximizing his yardage bums me out so much. And then he fights for more yardage and he ends up picking up what? 6 total? I'm so sad because this is the same guy that is absolutely cursed. And I know where we're going with this, right? Like, I know. I just know. We've seen it too much, haven't we? That leaving Valus in the game means some massive, catastrophic failure is coming. So I don't know if you can do it. I really don't think you can. But dadgummit, why does he look like the best runner of the team? That's what I'm talking about, right? It's like, it's this duality where I'm sitting here and I'm like, the scout eye says he looks sick when he's got the ball in his hands. I don't know what to tell you about it. Like, watching a lot of ball, when he carries it, he's got juice. But this is the most cursed player in the uniform. This is the most cursed player in the uniform. I mean, of course, it's a Valus screen where Rome gets hurt. Of course it is. Of course it is. Right? Like, why? Who else would it be? It couldn't be anybody else. So there's this element with Valus where I'm sitting here like, I know there's juice there. I spend enough time talking about the film, talking about how there's juice there, and there is. And I can't come back from that because it simply is there. But how much destiny are you flirting with? How much destiny are you flirting with by continuing to leave him in there, given the track record of disaster? Like, what do you want me to say? I like to think I might be one of Valus's biggest defenders, just because I would swear to you I see it. I get the vision. But man, even I'm sitting here after that kick. So now we've got, including the preseason, we've got at least 5 punt muffs, 3 of which tanked games. And then we've got a kickoff muff that will never happen again because nobody's this bad, right? We follow? Like, y'all, nobody in the league is unlucky enough to drop a punt or drop a kickoff and still not be able to pick it up. Like, kick the ball 30 yards, a 30-yard kick straight to a Titan. I don't think that'll ever happen again. Y'all, I think we witnessed history with the dynamic kickoff. Like, I don't think that will ever happen again. It was that bad. I mean, almost any other human being alive drops the kickoff like a normal person and then just falls on the ball. I saw a whole bunch of people tweeting, "Oh my God, Velus." That was all I saw. And I was like, oh, he's going to drop the ball and then he's going to fall on it. And then I'm going to have to talk about it on the screen, right? Or like I'm going to have to talk about it on the stream because I'm a Velus guy now. No, it was so much worse. And then he has the gall. He has the audacity to be the only runner on the Bears that picked up 5 yards a touch. What the heck, Velus? How do you dare do that to me? Just suck. Just fully suck. Just fully suck. Like, why can't you just fully suck? Instead, you're just the monkey's paw. Every play that isn't a good play is an outright bad play. I mean, the Tyson Bagent touchdown is so embarrassing. Like, y'all remember that one? I'm never going to forget it. Like, Tyson Bagent throwing to a jailbroken Velus Jones, and he just falls on his ass. It hits him in the stomach. I still remember looking at that one, and we were talking about he could have even caught it on the ground. Like, he fell over, and then he still could have caught it, but he doesn't. And it's one of the truly, if you just if you just collated a little reel of Velus's worst plays, they would be some of the worst plays in NFL history. Like, I'm a Velus guy. They're some of the worst plays in NFL history. How dare he run the ball kind of well? Especially on a team that could use a decent runner, for the love of goodness. Like, I think Swift is fine. I don't think I've ever tried to gas you guys up on Swift that hard. But, like, it's so frustrating that so many people are out here like, you gotta cut Velus. And I'm sitting here like, we rostered Travis Homer. We don't leave Roshan Johnson active. We kind of need Velus back there, because if I need a sweep to win a game, he's my best option. And that is insane. I think I'm insane. I don't know if you guys feel differently, but like, you're telling me the Bears need 7 yards on a sweep? I'm not giving it to Herbert. Swift isn't good enough. Velus is my best choice. And I cannot believe he's made me feel that way, because it's just a disaster. Like, it's gonna happen. Velus is gonna be the first guy in history to take the sweep, get confused, turn around, run the other way, score on his own end zone, and not even have the audacity to make it a safety. Like, he's gonna run all the way back to his own end zone, and amidst the celebration, he's going to throw the ball up in the air, thinking he's scored a touchdown. It will land in the end zone, and it will just dead stop, because this is Velus's life, and then a defender will dive on it for a score against. That's just what Velus is at this point. Like, it's, Doctor, I'm just sitting here just molding. We watched Velus run for 6 yards. Y'all, I'm going to bring it back, because he doesn't even have the audacity to run for 6 yards. He makes a cut makes 6 yards out of nothing. And then he actually runs with power? He's the only one. Swift is never running with that power. Roshan doesn't have that, Roshan doesn't have that speed. So I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I'm gonna pop. Like, I'm gonna explode. Goodness. So then what? That's Micah. That's what polls said it would take to trade him. Chances are somebody offered a sixth. So whether or not you think that they should have sent him off for a sixth or not, like, that's your call. I get why they wanted to keep him, but man, oh man, dude, he's not making anybody like him at all. Okay, have we seen this? Do we know what this is? Does everybody know what this is? I think it's pretty obvious for what it's worth, but you tell me what you see, because I kind of vaguely understand what Caleb sees. I think Caleb's wrong, but this is a pretty typical rookie mistake. Okay, so now I'll talk through it because I've given you guys enough time. This is another option route. If it's Keenan, it's probably an option. Okay, it's that simple. Where they're gonna have DJ Moore clear out for. Now, once you've cleared out, you basically have Keenan follow the same track, and Keenan is going to either stop against zone, or he's going to run a follow slant right behind DJ Moore. Caleb thinks the slant is the choice. Keenan thinks the sit is the choice. So Keenan sits. Boom. There's the options footwork right there. Pretty much any time. It's not a golden rule, but you see the way DJ, watch DJ's body language real fast, because we're probably going to have to talk about this a lot. So watch DJ's body language. You see how he just runs like a normal route? That's a normal route. Now watch Keenan. You see how he's going to kind of skip off the line and hit like a double move in the middle? Nobody ever does that unless you're running an option route. So Keenan is going to run the option, and he takes a big fat stride into space, and he just stops. And the ball keeps going. And if he had kept going, then he would have caught the ball. And I think Caleb's wrong here. But he's got the right idea of Keenan's where we're going with this. And it's an option. And we didn't practice any option routes, at least not in the preseason. So I'm not shocked they're rusty. We practiced them in practice, but apparently that just didn't help at all because we had 148 yards of offense. So let's see, Matthew, I couldn't tell you. I tend to think that it was nerves because especially by the end of the game, he started overthrowing everything. But kudos to Everett for winning on the rail route. Oh, did anybody see that? Does Cole Kmet have hips? Did Cole Kmet visit a shaman? That when did he learn to drop his weight like that? Okay, Cole. Boom, boom, out. Holy smokes. That's a great route. I understand that we're talking about just an arc curl, but that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Put him in the lead, or put him in the offense. Goodness gracious. That's beautiful. That's really beautiful footwork on Cole's part. I never thought he could do that. We saw 3 years of him definitely not doing that, and now here it is. Dude, Q, are you seeing the same thing I am? I feel like we've watched so much Kmet, but boom, two steps. You all remember when it took Equinemius St. Brown 7 steps to get out of a break? 1, 2, we're out. Whoa. That's pretty. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that. And see, in case you were wondering, you can tell it's a miscommunication because immediately Keenan Allen and Williams start talking about it. Williams points and says, I wanted you there. And Keenan says, pull the ball in, dumb doofus. But arguments, I think, on the football field are okay. I've watched way too much football where the receivers simply accept that it's not going to get any better and it's not worth saying anything. So, game one, Keenan Allen and Caleb Williams disagreeing. Okay, good. Show that you disagree and fix it because eventually you got to hit this stuff. Probably week 2, you got to hit more of it. Here we get a nice little anticipation curl. Did you want to see some anticipation? Well, good, because we're throwing the ball here, and DJ is only just hitting his break. Ball's out. Ball reaches. Good catch, DJ. Good pickup. D, for what it's worth, D Starin, how long have you been following football? Totally serious. Totally serious question. So I was talking to DBB's Jeff Hughes the other day. He told me something that I'm a 30-year-old man. I've been watching football for 15 years. I did not realize that according to Jeff Hughes, back in the 80s, 90s, quarterbacks actually played their preseason games. That there were 6 of them. And that the quarterbacks played the whole game in all 6 preseason games. That blows my mind because I remember people not playing preseason games for as long as I've watched football. I remember it being you played a quarter, you got four games. You played a quarter, you played a quarter, you played 3 quarters, and then you played none. And that was the general cadence. So when we shifted to 3 preseason games, people thought that you would just stick with that. And then it didn't happen. But it used to be 6, and people actually played. And now there's not. Now there's 3 preseason games, and when Caleb plays as much as he did, people say, wow, that's weird. He played a lot. And so then all of a sudden we're shocked that people hit the NFL, or they hit September, and they look freaking rusty. Like, sorry to, I guess, turn on the faucet for frosty language ever so slightly a little bit. But it's funny, D, you mentioned Caleb and Keenan don't look like they have enough practice. They don't, do they? I mean, they don't look like they have enough reps in games against live NFL defenses that are blitzing Caleb's brains out. And I'm not shocked. You need live reps for this. You could do all the training camp stuff that you ever want, but the red jerseys are like the red jersey days out in training camp are different than it is when you're actually sitting in a pocket. And it's always going to be that way. And so at least when I look at this, I see a bunch of physical mistakes. And I see some occasional mental mistakes where you're close, but you get no cigar. And in the NFL, if you throw the ball to the right spot and he doesn't catch it, rip. You don't get any credit. And if you're close, but you don't make the play, you don't get any credit. But like you're saying, Matt, offense had a terrible weekend in general. So the idea that everybody's rusty, well, the shoe fits. So sure, we got to get a lot better. And we got to get a lot better pretty soon. It sure doesn't help anything that our D-line that we're going up against is better than we expected. There are a lot of things that the Bears may game plan for. I guarantee you. I'm not going to say this often. I guarantee you. The Bears didn't game plan for T'Vondre Swift tearing them in half. And TB, 100%. There are some of these guys that are definitely not going to look rusty. But Caleb has 0 years of experience. Matt Stafford has 11 or at least 8. The guys with some experience, I'm expecting them to look pretty good. Dude, I'm expecting Caleb to look pretty good next year. We're expecting Caleb to look pretty good in 8 weeks. So we're still asking a lot. But when you make a comparison 1-to-1, the only people we can really compare him to are Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix. Like, and neither of them look good either. That's not me trying to kill. It's always gonna sound like Cope. It's always gonna sound like Cope. But anytime but somebody brings up Mahomes, we didn't see Mahomes in this case. If they bring up Rodgers, we didn't see Rodgers. We didn't see Brady. We didn't see anybody. Like we didn't see anybody. Most people, anyways, in this case, because most people don't start as week one rookies. Most people sit a little, and if they don't, then turns out Josh Allen in his first game went 6 for 15 in a half, and I think he had 75 yards, which more yardage, but it's just messy. It's all messy. What matters here is that the Bears won the game, and you get some scattered good plays, but the scattered good plays were not enough to make it a good start, despite the fact that it wasn't exactly as if the offense played well in general. You've got mistakes all over, except for pretty much number 58 in pass pro. Like, he played well. I think DJ played pretty well. I liked a good amount of what Keenan did, but Keenan is such a center point of the offense that, this one sucks. So, here's another example, and nobody cares. I get it. Nobody cares. I'm aware. I'm going to say that one more time. Nobody cares. This isn't Caleb's fault, in my opinion. Like, we're talking one hitch and a throw. It's not that long. We go full drop. Our footwork can get better. I think that there's some wasted movement in this case. But if Kari Blasingame doesn't just get lapped, Keenan Allen is wide open for probably 30 yards. It's an easy throw. Caleb's looking right at him. If he skunked this ball, it would have been unbelievably disappointing. But I don't think he was going to, because it's a hard throw to miss. They're high school quarterbacks can hit a throw that open. But you hit this, Caleb clears 100 yards, probably turns upfield, gets pushed out of bounds right about there. It's a 20-yard explosive. But Kari, I would like to hit this block if you're going to do it. I don't mind the play call. I mean, it certainly worked, right? You got these linebackers biting, which is all you can ask for, as you get DJ Moore running the corner off and Keenan Allen wide open. But tough. We've got Tevin Jenkins getting owned. We've got Caleb Williams missing throws. Got fullbacks not hitting blocks. Thank you, Q. Thanks for sharing. Bayless could have blocked like that. This is our Bayless agenda. This is our secret deep core, like, midnight Bayless cult meeting. Bayless could do it. The delay of game is awful. If you ask me, this is really where the game started to deteriorate. Which, yeah, I think it gets worse in the third quarter, personally. Caleb makes some plays, but we get a delay of game. DOG puts us back 5 yards. We get a tipped ball. Kind of nothing you can do about it, I guess. But also, so here he's looking for Keenan again, which, not the wrong read. This is something I have no idea what the plan is. I'm going to be real with you guys. Like, no idea. But is being 6'4" going to make the difference? Could not tell you. But the batted balls are going to be a problem until you don't see it anymore. Maybe he's looking Kmet. I really doubt it. I think he's staring straight at Allen, especially because this is what Keenan Allen got brought in for, is those quick chain-moving completions. First he looks at Moore, it looks like. I wonder what Moore's running. Maybe it's a slant. Whatever it is. Man, fat block. I've always heard offensive line guys say punish jumpers. And it is a good defensive play like you're talking about. But it's another one of those cases where when the game's going against you and you're getting batted at the line of scrimmage, everybody's going to lose their minds. Always. Oh, that's tough. Oh, I think he has him. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so 3rd and 20. We could say something easy like there's not a lot of there's not a lot of play calls for 3rd and 20, but it's as easy as it seems. It's a sit over the ball. It's a 7 stop, and then it's another 7 stop after motion, and it's the same play they ran in the preseason, right? Where your Caleb's going to read who squeezes Rome, and then he's going to push out towards the receiver that side is on, right? And I'd seen up front that Shelton just goofs this stunt. I think everybody on Twitter has seen that he just goofs this. What I hadn't seen is that DJ is open-ish for a contested ball, and Caleb's actually looking towards him. I noticed, or like on the tight copy, that Caleb pushes his hand or his eyes out, but he gets to the right read, and so he's about to try to earhole this thing over towards DJ. And had he thrown it around there, I think that this guy is too far away to do anything about it. And, well, they wouldn't have picked up a first down, but they probably would have been in go for it territory. That's tough because I like the process on that part. That's standing tall in the pocket. That's what you're looking for. But Coleman just takes a massive L. Doesn't help anything that then Tevin on this side, 92, is also working past him. So we've got, let's call it ghost pressure over here and very real pressure over here. And I don't know what Shelton's doing. There's a point, right, where Chris Morgan might be part of the problem, the O-line coach, because that's a pretty standard stunt. That is bad. And Shelton just sends himself into Jeffrey Simmons, and then Caleb gets hit with a no-chancer. That's tough. And again, it bums me out because Caleb looking right there, that's exactly what I wanted. Like, in a quarterback, me personally, this you're hearing me say it, okay? Take a look in the middle of the field, get to your second read, push out to it, be brave, be ready to make a throw. I wanted that mental process from a quarterback, and it bums me out because Caleb gets there and then takes a hit. Hopefully, we see more of that poise and unflappability that people have talked about, and I do think is on USC's tape because it's a tough game to chew through, but it'll kind of make or break him. Bayless would have turned this into a touchdown. Now that is me messing around, but toss it to Swift, who's getting dump trucked. It's Braxton. 70 over here. Gets tripped by Kari Blazingame, and then Kari also trips. Yikes. There are a couple of these plays that are way too similar to that Panthers play that maybe you've seen, maybe you haven't. But there were 3 Panthers players that just bumped into each other, and they all basically took themselves out of a play. Here, you've just got Kari Blazingame running straight into Braxton Jones, and then everybody falls over. Like, we all fall down. And then there's nowhere to go with the ball. Rip. It'll be even clearer here. Bump. See ya. Who's row? Donald. This is ridiculous. Like, quick option to more. It's an option for an out. Caleb doesn't like it. Flats open. We get way too wide. Donald, did you mean Roshan or something I said? Pass the ball, spins it, misses it. It's bad. Oh, what did I say, Donald? No, I got you. I had a feeling. You know it's tough. I know nobody cares. I don't think anybody should care, to be honest. But all I'm ever looking for is evidence. And Caleb is darn near the Levis surrender cobra about that throw. So I guess if you're looking for anything, he obviously knows he should hit this one. So not shocking. You get the full like bend over and the like head back up to the sky. I don't know if you've ever been there. I hope I'm your dude, no? I appreciate you. No, it's never gonna die, Reinhardt. It's pretty great. Oh. That's the thing. That's the thing, Donald. I should explain the Valus thing just in case you missed it. Just in case. It's 90% meme. 90%. Valus is a walking disaster. The Sum 41 song was written about him. That is what I grew up on, anyways. But so he is a mess, and everything he touches dies. But he's the best runner on the team, and that really bums me out because I wish I could be on Team Cut Valus. I wish it was that easy. But if he's not cut, it's because of what I'm talking about, which sucks. Like that, I gotta be so plain with you guys. I wish the Bears running back room was good enough to where I looked at Valus and said, that's a luxury we just don't need to afford right now. And instead, I'm sitting here like, I don't know, the Falcons got 2 really good seasons out of CPAT. Can we get something similar out of Valus? Because I'm interested. But yeah, tumultuous. I have no idea if the Bears are in position to. So here's another drifter, right? You tell me, is Rome on the right spot or not? You and I aren't going to know. But Rome runs to the hash. He stops on the hash, right? Runs to the hash, stops on the hash, turns around, ball lands on the hash. Rome isn't on the hash anymore. You tell me. Third and 13. I don't even think we're getting the first down if we go here. But it's thrown with anticipation. Ball up as Rome plants. Fires it. And the ghost of where Rome was would have caught the pass. Do I care? I don't know. You tell me if you care. The ball's pretty much right where it's supposed to be in terms of how high it is. Fuzz, absolutely. Teams will definitely change their landmarks based on things that players can see, right? But I'm more pointing out, in my opinion, some of Caleb's inaccuracy was just sad. Yeah, hang on. So it's, let me see. He's the best running back. Do I think he can hold the ball? It's just dropping passes. So at least from what I have seen, Big Bear, if Valus Jones is handed the ball or thrown him the ball where the ball never gets above his head, he looks natural. Take that for what it is. Pitching the ball to him, normal. Throwing the ball to him at a flat line, he catches it like it's on a jugs machine. But then, God forbid, you try to loft the ball to him. It's got no chance. Yeah, Rome looks like a rookie receiver. Here, I actually would call this good, right? Totally my opinion. But Caleb meets death in the eye and takes a step back and wrists the ball around him, and it's patently incomplete, no question. My opinion, like back in the day, I would say we got to find a way to not take a sack here, and we don't. Thank goodness. Bears are trying to run one of those naked keepers. Good on the Titans for sniffing it out, I guess. Huge bummer that what is it? It's a huge bummer that Waldron gets heat checked like this so plainly. But good no play at this point. But when our good play is a good no play, that's a dang shame. I do feel like Caleb's got to get his throwing motion pointed forward, but that could be a jitters thing. Let's see what happened on this one. So where's the play originally? Looks like it's a go. Paired with a post. Paired with two posts. And a go. Okay, so it's mirrored. It's funny, Ben. So Ben says, wish I saw Rome here. Looks like it's a go paired with a post, paired with a post, paired with a go. So it looks to me like it's mirrored plus Kmet. What's Kmet doing? I don't know. Let's take a look. Kmet's just going to go sit over the ball. Okay. I think Keenan is open. I think Rome is not, personally. If you hit Rome with this now, with Madden eyes, or with Retro Bowl eyes, then yeah, it's open. But by the time Rome actually turns around, yeah, no chance. That's a pick. It looks like Caleb wants the throw to DJ. I understand him thinking it's not there, the safety's sitting on it. So then he looks middle of the field. Then he looks at Keenan. Keenan totally was open. And if we go back a little further, when Keenan snaps his head around, you could actually even see, okay, you want something to get excited about? Look at Keenan widen this out. So watch Rome, who runs forward and to the right. Then watch Keenan, who runs left and then to the right. Rome is unintentionally cutting off all of the space for a bang post, right? He ran this route. Keenan has created space. Similar defensive hash mark, right? Both linebackers sitting on the tackles. That's a window, right? So if you wanted to be potentially positive about Keenan and Allen, well, that's a pretty savvy route. And so had we, all right, if I'm in a bitch, and I'm just going to drop a swear word for the sake of this, like if I'm just going to whine for a hot minute, we have put Caleb in a tough spot here where we've got Rome and DJ on one side of the ball, and then on the other side, we have DeAndre Carter with Keenan Allen. So going back to Jibby talking about buddy ball, well, this is your buddy ball side, right? Like this is the side that actually has your dudes on it. Is it Swift? That's worse. That does not make me feel better, Ben, because you're never going to pick the side that has the running back on it. So Keenan gets open for us, but it's a mirrored concept and it's a pick aside. So that sucks because, and it's something that Rome can hopefully learn from. But I don't think Rome does a great job of separating there. Ben wants him to come back to Rome after he resets. Rome is not looking at him for what it's worth. So let's see. He settles. By the time he settles, Caleb has already had to get rid of the ball. I hear you, Ben. I think that they're a tick late across the board there. Where I think Rome is coming to the right spot, but then by the time, look at that even. Caleb is actually trying to throw to him. Sits down, pats the ball. He's trying to go to Rome. And then Rome turns around on him. And so then he just fires it somewhere else. Bummer of a play. O-line does okay. Oh, look at this. Q, have you seen this? Hi, this is too funny to me. So Braxton Jones makes a perfectly okay block. As he goes to collect the lineman, Tevin Jenkins comes in and 42 spins off of him. And then Braxton hits the leaper. Braxton lays it all out there to block 42 and actually sends him out of the play. Oh my goodness. Like, he puts him on balance. Braxton Jones is going to sell out. This is the second time in 2 Caleb Williams like starts that I've seen that Braxton Jones is Braxton Jones is diving at somebody. I guess never tell yourself that Braxton's not going to give it his all. Man, Q, what a messy day from Tev. That's not a good block either. Like, not only does Braxton not need help, but hitting him on the inside shoulder like that just chips Braxton. Like, now I'm just nitpicking, right? Because you'd hope that it doesn't matter. But that's just giving your guy trouble. But when it rains, it pours. And it did pour. So what's this, 3rd and 10? We get DJ in motion. DJ in motion. Nobody moves. We're looking at zone. Oh boy. Here's Caleb running. I saw this complaint, and, you know, I never thought I'd have to complain about this. Bro, Rome, you're running dagger. You are not running, I don't know, Nerf dagger? You're not running butter knife. There it is. That's wit. Pretend I said that the first time, right? You got to get out of there. Rome runs his dagger or his clear out seam like he's actually looking for the ball, and then he slows down too. Like, dude, you're there to take him out of the play. This is why you're running this route. You got to go. You got to go. And then DJ's gonna be right there. But now he's not. Now DJ's running into space, and you're there. So it's a much more complicated look. Like, just go. And when you go, 37 won't be in the play because you busted your butt and you just gunned it. Now, it doesn't really matter because Bates gets super suplexed. Like, look at this. On the other side, Bates just gets sat down. Bates gets hit harder than I can. I don't have this kind of control over my 2-year-old son when I put my hand on his chest, and he might be 30 pounds. I haven't weighed him recently. Like, oh, I should clarify when I'm wrestling with him. And not, anyways, like this is awful. That's not. At least Shelton got tripped, and his eyes were scanning on some of these plays. This is a block. This is just a block. And he just gets thrown. Travis Homer wants nothing to do with it, and that's funny. Like, there is some physical comedy to Homer is looking around trying to help, and then he sees this and says, nope, I am not dealing with that. Throw me the ball. So Dagger was off anyways, because Caleb is already just trying to fight for his life. Steps through, and then just goes and makes his and makes it like he just moves. I think one thing that would have been no, Keenan doesn't get open either. So theoretically, If Rome just busted it, then I could understand Caleb trying to make me or trying to pop the ball over to DJ on a dagger route. I'm also going to tell you, I think it's probably for the best that that did not happen because that is a really hard throw. But maybe it partially looks so hard because Rome is in the way. Whereas if DJ was here and then just drifted into space that was open because 37 is over here with Roma Dunze, then maybe that would have looked easy. You tell me. Q, I hadn't thought about that. Where Simmons gets down with Bates, and then Shelton says, "Hey, if you're gonna sit down, I'm gonna keep you there." And now look, okay, he's blocked. Got him. Mission accomplished. WFM, I'll think about one because I like that idea. Look at this. Look at this. That's hilarious. Now that is blocked. He's done at that point. And hey, look at that. For what it's worth, say what you will about Shelton, boys. And also, maybe girls. Shelton's the one who gets up and blocks him again. Like, Quentin, do we give him the inverse of a loaf? Does he get a hits point for getting up and saying, no, you don't, and getting back in the way? If I was Simmons, I'd be like, you've got to be kidding me, guy. And then it matters. Good cut by Caleb. The same breakdown that we've seen forever. 12-yard run. That works. I feel like Ben Shelton had a very Coleman Shelton kind of game. Thump. Look, it's just my opinion. Okay? When I'm watching this, we're not here to start no trouble. We're just here to do the Super Bowl shuffle. What I keep personally coming back to is little things like Caleb having trouble catching some of these snaps. And I imagine Caleb is having trouble catching these snaps because he's not thinking about the snap. He's watching the defense. And you can't really look down. You can't watch which old Fields graphic. Oh, you mean the one with Fields and Mooney? Yeah, I did. I had to. But so there's a whole bunch of some of this stuff that I've looked at, and I just keep seeing, I think, evidence on evidence on evidence on evidence that Caleb Williams looked like a rookie. Frenetic, nervy, didn't catch the ball well, like staring too much at the defense. You're prototypical. I don't know about prototypical. It's just not the right word. You're very standard and normal attitude problem. Now, it resulted in a near catastrophically bad offense. What I am curious about, man. So I'm serious, Donald, etc. I've heard a couple people say that Caleb Williams is that his day was historically bad. According to what? And I mean that seriously. Like, Donald, you seem like the kind of guy that might know which part of historically bad. Because I know a 55 passer rating is not the worst rookie debut ever. I know 93 yards is not the worst full start ever. Brett Rippon had 50 yards, which granted he's a UDFA, but this was not even his rookie start. He had 50 yards in a full game and got cut immediately. Like, so which part of the history was Caleb's debut worse than? I'm asking honestly because I don't know. I know it was 11th worst, but being 11th worst ever doesn't feel like much of a record to me. Maybe I'm giving. Good job by Keenan on this play. Look at how easy it is when it's easy. Why can't it always just be this easy? That's a nice looking fireplace. Why doesn't mine look like that? Snap, fire, easy. An iceberg, it's just cut the sack. Because one of the sacks, like, doesn't matter. I mean, there's just nothing you're going to do about it. You got hit down the pipe. Like, you would have just had to throw the ball. So, one thing that's also nice, this is my opinion. It's my show. You're going to get my opinion. Thanks, guys. Caleb runs for his first down. He settles a little. It's not perfect. It's not like he just starts balling out of nowhere, but at least some of the quick game stuff comes online and it looks nice and easy. I mean, snap, throw, snap, throw, snap, throw, snap, throw, snap, one step, throw. Easy. Right, tumultuous. I mean, 100%, Michael. Hit one. You say 3 or 4 of the layups. Hit like 1 to 2. And frankly, Keenan Allen catches the pass, and it's pretty good at that point. Like if you had a touchdown and 145 yards, especially on a day like yesterday, people would have said, Joe Burrow had 160 yards and 2 interceptions, and Caleb Williams had 145 and no interceptions and 1 touchdown. This guy's in his first start. This guy's being paid $55 million a year. Which do you want? And that would have been the hot PFF graphic. Like, get Jared Goff up until the late edge of the fourth quarter had 170 yards. Like, and he just got paid $50 million. It's a weird day, in my opinion, to be talking about quarterbacks. Like, Trevor Lawrence just got paid $50 million. He had 170 yards. His team scored 17 points and they lost. I just feel weird. That's the thing. Nobody aired it out. Not nobody. Tua did. But y'all, I've seen week ones with do we remember Baltimore playing Miami in week 1 a couple years ago where both quarterbacks had like 350 combined yards and Lamar had like 500? And yeah, he did, Case. 100%. Like, what I think I'm more trying to get at here is when I keep watching this Caleb tape, I see me personally, you guys tell me if you see something else. I with Fields, we were saying, holy smokes, if you can get a quarterback out of all this clay, that quarterback is going to be incredible. And after 3 years, we still saw an athlete. And that's awesome. I'm happy for Pittsburgh, but they did not get into the end zone either. Not that it matters. It really doesn't. He's in year 4. Caleb's in year 1. It's an unfair comparison regardless. Anyways, with Caleb, I feel like we're seeing a quarterback that played poorly from a physical perspective. That a lot of the mental part of the game, he was at least looking in the right place. A lot of these reads were pretty simple. Not all these reads were complicated. He was not going 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 or something. Like, he read 1 to 2 reads. But he was reading it mostly right. And he's getting the ball out when you're supposed to. And we're just really inaccurate with it. Yeah, I like the draw play too. The draw is in tumultuous. Like, the draw is stylish. All the cool kids are running draws. The Wildcat is also hilarious. No, you gotta dish. You gotta know your role, Swift. You're here to dish it. But would he have? But would he have been? Ben, I was thinking the same thing. But would he have been? but, oh my gosh. Like, this is so on point for the stream. This I would have lived for this. I would have lived for this. The best part is Swift. If Swift tosses it to Valus in the real world, Valus would have dropped it and kicked it out of bounds. What would have actually happened? Valus would have caught it. It would have bounced off his face. It would have tipped straight up into the air. Caleb would have been the one to somehow try to come up and grab it, and then he would have broken his collarbone or something like that. So that's what would have really happened. But mental Valus that can catch the pass, I mean that's an open lane. Like, if Valus catches that, let's see, is he running full speed? Like, if he catches that thing on an arc, the only one staying home is this linebacker. And I don't think that guy's got a chance catching Valus to the sidelines. So then at that point, you're talking about this DB making a tackle at the sidelines with Valus having a two-way go, and that's the only thing he's good at. He might score, which is insane. But, and hey, it's a pretty good play by Swift too, which we like. I'm okay. I am truly okay with the Wildcat. Everybody loves QB run, and I say just run the Wildcat instead, and don't worry about it. Is it stale? Yeah. When it doesn't, or when it fails, does it look stupid? 100%. But the Wildcat works for me because you get most of the advantage of the QB run game. But guess what? Your quarterback doesn't get hurt or hit at all. I know you don't, Donald. But hey, Donald, okay. Lay this out for me, Donald. You've always been a fair man. What does Valus have to do? Score a touchdown? First down? Like, what's the redemption arc? What is it? There has to be one. Eric, I ain't gonna prophesy often, because I'm no prophet. But I have done this for Eric for 2 years now. I have seen Valus as the gadget player that will score a key touchdown at some point. That's all I got. Like, all I'm saying, Eric, is Valus may feel like comic relief, but I'm just looking at Valus and seeing the guy that'll take another jet sweep to the house at some point. You don't have to stick with him. You definitely don't. Yeah, this play's a mess because we're still struggling with the snap. I would love to get some RPO going. Make life really easy. He's worthy on a bad team. Man, Chauvin, that would be hilarious. Okay. Now we're just dreaming. But if you're up with me at 12:43, you're not pissed that I'm not ripping through more tape, especially after 30 minutes of it. It really feels that way, Johnny. But truly, case it does. Chauvin, now we're just dreaming. But now I'm envisioning now I'm envisioning Valus in a situation where he's given the ball, he follows his blockers, he makes a cut, he gets upfield, he beats a Packers defender, he runs for 145-yard touchdown, and the whole Bears world just turns around and says, I've always liked Valus. What are you talking about? Like, I could just see it where if Valus had some ridiculous, absolutely unseen, like his what is it? So that's the thing. Donald, you mentioned how often or how many times has he fumbled? Somebody please check me on this, because I literally want you to check me on this. I believe it's never, right? Or is it once? Because I don't see muffs as the same as a fumble. Like, As a ball carrier, I don't think he's ever fumbled. Am I wrong? Because I might be. It's possible. But like I think it's all muffs. Like as a ball carrier, can anybody remember a fumble? Like a fumble. We're talking he has secured the ball and then he is fumbled. Cuz I can't remember one. And I'm not trying I'm not trying to cape that hard. Uh let me see. Did he fumble once? Cuz if he did, then that sucks. Well, 100% Donald. I'm not talking about fumbles lost. See, like, this play's easy. Moore's there with it. I even like this. Y'all. Caleb checks to something. Caleb's a rookie. Caleb sees a cover one man look that he likes, and for some reason, he's just going to do something with his hands. What's he doing? I don't know what signal this is, but he does something, and then you're going to see Everett repeat it because he's going to pass the signal along. Then Caleb takes the snap and botches it. And Braxton's getting owned, so Caleb works out this way and just throws the ball away. Or maybe he felt like he was throwing it accurately and threw it too far. We'll never know, I guess. But I like the fact. Thank you, Matthew. Oh no. Oh, you're right. Yeah, that was awful. But the point being that I appreciate that Caleb's going through the mental motions, that he's allowed to check at the line, that he makes a check at the line. If we're going to fail attempting to do something good, is I guess the way that I see it. Like, we failed in part because we got so focused on making the play that we forgot to catch the snap, do the little things. But was the play open? Yeah. I mean, it sure should be. Like, certainly the hope here would be that we hit these two blocks, turn up field, and get the yardage. It should be easy. Ugh. Play's not made. But, I mean, I guess I can't help looking and seeing to myself. You guys tell me if I'm wrong, but or if you see it differently. It would not be that unfathomable for a game to be played much tighter after this many mental mistakes. Or not mental, this many physical mistakes. You can fix you can fix the physical mistakes a lot quicker than you can fix the mental mistakes. How quickly? I don't know. I tend to agree with wait, Case. Oh, yeah, one probably did. Though it looked like Caleb was making it to the side. Um I tend to agree with JT on this, though I don't know. My read on the situation is I don't blame Caleb as much as I think JT did. Like me personally, Ben, when I look at this play, I think it's pretty normal to throw through the guy. You don't know who's out there. Like, yes, you think you have a look, but you literally haven't looked at anything. You got one peek on the backside of the formation. If you missed somebody back here and you loft this thing up and it gets pick sixed, you are a living meme. Like, I get it. Cause bear weather. We've all watched the JT video. We all know nobody's out there. Like, what I think is trying to throw around the player is pretty normal. In this rare case, if Caleb had the awareness, then yeah, loft it over and you've got a big hitter. Like, I'm there. I get it. Well, it's less about Bears tape in this case. In my opinion, like Quentin says, this play has to be on Braxton. Yeah, I imagine it does because I don't think you're trying to let this guy into Caleb's face on something where the play calls for him to turn out towards his right. I'm not in the coaching room, but that is what my take would be, especially because this one's an obvious observation cue, but pretty much any time that a lineman is on his butt, um, within about a second of the play having started, I assume that there's a mistake involved. And I'm probably going to stand by that. Um, but so, at least in my opinion, uh, I just, I guess all this is to say that Aaron Rodgers, yeah, probably pops this over because Aaron Rodgers has probably seen a cover two look a billion times. And he knows that once he sees 36, that this guy's up and that Rome's probably fine, right? But Aaron Rodgers has been in the game for 10 years at this level. Like, because that's the thing, TB. I get what you're saying. And I'm not trying to say it's like a blooper, but as soon as you get to the point where you're trying to throw over 49, you're inviting some disaster. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't do it. Like, you still need Caleb to manage it. Because, like Marcus is saying, I think the misdirection element works. It's hard to not say it doesn't work. Um, it's just that you got to find a way to get the ball to the guy. Yeah, if anything, to Evan's point, if 49 doesn't beat Braxton on the inside, it's not a jailbreak. Jeepers. And now part of me is just sitting here thinking that if he had gotten it over, Rome would have gotten the ball right around now. Then this guy would have found a way to get through Jenkins and Shelton. And then he would have just blown up Rome for a solid 3 yards. Like, it's easy to look at a screen like this and go, wow, there's nobody over there. But 56 closes some distance quick. It's all about whether they block him, and then at that point, Rome's fed to the inside. Yeah, this probably ends around the 25, which is fine. It's a perfectly successful play at that point. It's just not a 30-yard score or something. Oh Lord, nothing worked. But Evan, when would the Bears have drafted Alt? Like, I I think that's like that's Evan. I'm there with you. Like, if the Bears somehow had the chance to draft Joe Alt, that'd be one thing. But they were sitting at 9. Are you saying that they should have come up to when did he get drafted? 4, or was it like 7? I think it was 7, right? It wasn't. It wasn't a choice. 5, man. Well, yeah, Donald. Donald, let me look you in the eyes for this. So Donald says, I mean, I gotta say, it feels like we're making a lot of excuses. We are. Can I say that louder, Donald? We are. We're looking at a rookie quarterback, and we're looking at a first year play, or like we're looking at a play caller installing a new offense with another rookie playing. There's an old saying, I'm sure you've heard it, Donald. For every rookie in your lineup, add one loss to the record. And so Roman Caleb should have added a loss on this individual game. Of course, it sounds like we're making excuses. We are. They're rookies. Most of the core leadership of this team is young to the point where execution on offense, it should have been better than 180. Should have been better than 148 yards, no doubt. But we're also looking and seeing cables that are close to each other, if you ask me, and not completely separate. But that's just where I'm at. I I look at this game, and if you're looking for me to tell you that it wasn't, or I guess I don't know what you want if you're not looking for reasoning for why plays didn't work, because I don't think the answer is Tennessee just dusted them. Up front, I think that Sweat here and Simmons were beasts, but Braxton and Bright won enough matchups to where they shouldn't have eaten the game like this. That's because the quarterback could not execute the offense. He was running like the offense, if you will. This is this is a decent example. Caleb double clutches an open throw, and so because of that, he ends up throwing a missile. And I'm glad Carter catches it. It looks like it could have burned a hole through his shoulder, but I guess 5 yards is 5 yards after a hold. But they held, so now they're barely knocking on the door of field goal range at this point. But like, yeah, that's what happened. There's no way to code this as the offense played great. It didn't. It didn't. And I'm not trying to coat this as the offense was 1 to 2 plays away. They weren't. They were 1 to 2 plays away from a bad day instead of a horrible day. But they got beat. It's more a matter of, do they have the tools to learn from this? And I think they do. I think that the guys on the team are exactly the kinds of guys historically who should be able to learn from this and improve, as opposed to, are we simply stuck scoring 148 yards for the rest of the year and praying for the defense to do something about it? And that's the thing, Donald. I believe that what you're really telling me is, I've done this before. I told myself this with Trubisky. I told myself this with Fields. Why should I believe anything positive now instead of simply being nihilistic? I don't have a good answer for you there. I can tell you what I'm seeing on the tape. But as far as why this time will be different, I don't know that it will be. I think it will, but I don't know that it will be. And you don't either, right? We're all stuck in this. But it's got to get better than 148 yards. Because if it won't, Bajan's going to play. And then it probably will. But it would take a lot of 148 yards. A lot of 148-yard games before we get to that point. I also think, Donald, for what it's worth, we don't really get a choice. Since we get no decisions to make, there's not much here. Caleb just sees that nobody rotates, and he just flicks the ball out to Swift, and it's easy. To the point that Michael's kind of making, there's also an element of the doomer stuff, Donald, where like, I don't know that the optimism is correct, to be honest with you. I don't. But I will tell you, I have no control over this decision. And the Bears are so in on Caleb Williams that they're not pivoting. And they're not going to for minimum 2 years. They are nearly at the Bryce Young level of like, or they are nearly at the Bryce Young level of what, inness on Caleb Williams. You can't miss on Caleb Williams, and especially can't miss and Fields goes off, which is a separate conundrum. But it's one game. It's a game they won, for goodness sakes. Not to mention, throughout all of this, we've seen a bunch of inaccurate passes. But Donald, do you remember? Donald, I can help with this. At least I can give you my big take, right? I can't help but look at this game, and probably my favorite part. Let's see. Where? Oh, I love this. Okay, I eat this up. Bears go tackle over on the right-hand side, and then they're going to pull DJ across the other way for the end around. So you get a nice little fake that draws attention naturally through a formation, and then DJ goes the rest of the way. Get him, DJ. Looks so easy for him. No, I get it, Donald. I got to tell you, you and all you can do, just wait it out. I've got a whole bunch of people sending me memes about how, like, LOL, the Bears think they found their franchise quarterback. Look at him go, blah, 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 blah. Right? I just got to laugh and be like, it's rough being a Bears fan. basically just playing the part. I mean, I could sit here and puff my chest out. There is not much to puff your chest out about Caleb Williams. But then I also think it's a little strange because the Bears turned Levis over 3 times, two or what, three for or yeah, two of those turnovers for points. They hold the Titans to 200 yards, right? I mean, I don't think Levis is very good, Donald, but the Bears held Levis to nothing, and the rest of the Titans offense. Why why are we sure that Stroud is I might be crazy. Like, I'm with you, Evan, where if they get 40 hung on him, then yeah, that's going to be bad. Like it would be in any case. But Evan, what about the Texans offense is giving you hang 40 on the Bears vibes? What about the Titans offensive performance gives you the Bears defense is actually bad? I'm the same guy that told you the Bears defense was absolutely embarrassing for the first 5 weeks of last year. I think I used the words historically bad. Um, and they were. The current defense and the way it's constructed, why is it hanging 40 points on Chicago? I mean, the safeties are definitely, or the safeties could get victimized for a couple for sure. But I would let me see. DVO DVO guy gay. Yeah. I hear you. Let's see. We talk about uh we did a little Austin, but I think that there are some of these routes with Keenan where you got to remember he's being paid $23 million. Like I don't want to be this guy, right? Um, but Keenan's being paid so much money that he's going to get the lion's share of the offense for a hot minute. They're only going to change when Rome is like healthier and when he's outperforming Keenan, and not until they have to. But let me see. Tumultuous, you mentioned, to me it feels like the Chargers game. We won't stop anything till the game was put away, but I hope to be wrong. Tumultuous, I actually think that's a fair possibility. My big thing that I look at with this upcoming game, I don't know. This is where I'm at, right? Is I think that the defensive backs, in particular the outside corners, are better than they were when they played that Chargers game. And if the current corners played those Chargers, I wonder if they would get some stops purely because even perfectly timed balls that Herbert was throwing might not have been there and some might have gotten batted away. I agree with you, Evan. None of this is me trying to say that Houston's team is not much more talented than the Titans, to say the least. But, and they can't get embarrassed. I think it's much more likely that the Bears lose a pretty definitive 28, 20, 24, 28 to like 17. But who knows? Maybe we catch a break. Maybe Caleb and the offense play decently. I don't know. But my favorite part about this Houston game, to just get this said, is that everybody's in my chat saying, what if the Bears get beat by 40? Good. Keep that up, because then if they lose any tighter than that, we'll all feel like it's fine. What I don't want to do is go from people acting like the season's over because they won a game and then turning around and acting like the season's definitely over because they lost a game that we saw a loss coming in. The goal is to get out of this game, or my goal is to get out of September 2-2. That keeps the whole dream alive. The whole dream. If you get out of September 2-2, and then you get to the Packers game 6-3, the oyster is open. And like all that takes, because let's remember, that's Carolina, that should be fine. That's Jacksonville, I think that should be fine. But feel free, you tell me what you think. Then that's Washington, that should be fine. Then it's the Patriots, that may be tough. But the Bears should probably be advantaged. Then you play the Cardinals. That should be tough. And then Let me see. Yeah, that plus the first 4 gets you to maybe 6-3, 5-4. But you got a lot of opportunity if you go 2-2. If you go 3-1, gets even better. But we'll see there. I'd be fine with that, Austin. I'm okay if they get obliterated. I mean, just so that we're all on the same page here. Every week of practice helps. Like, every one of these reps helps. The screw-ups help. The good plays help. It all helps. All of it helps. You cannot teach experience. Experience is good. This is Caleb's first road game. You need to play, I think, well against the Colts. So, if the Bears get smoked, then that's that. Okay, move on. You got beat by a good team. Not worried about it. That's why you had to beat the Titans. And they did. Oh yeah, Ben. It happens. I mean, sometimes you get beat. But not scared. We got Bayless. I can't help looking at this thing. I think it's gonna be okay. I hear you. Donald, you gotta remember it's a long season. Let's not forget that the Bears were, let me see, it was the Packers were Derek Carr getting hurt away from losing to the Saints last year. And the Saints were awful. And then they went to a championship game. Like, September style points don't matter, Donald. They don't matter. Kansas City looked toothless again. We asked, is Brady done? For the better part of 6 years running. Again. Like, September doesn't matter. It would, let's see, CJ, AR, and Matt Stafford. The defense will get tested. And a lot of those defenses, or a lot of those defensive tests, come with offensive opportunities, Evan. I don't think the Colts defense is very good, and they just lost one of their starting corners. Then the Rams defense is so young, and I don't think they're very good, personally. They just lost Aaron Donald, to say the least, and now they're down to starting guard and Puka Nacua. So, good offenses. I'm with you on the realism. I don't ever want to sound like I'm unrealistic. I just refuse to not have fun with this season, and I feel like a lot of people are working awfully hard to not have fun with this season. Like, I kind of don't get why, and that's okay. I mean, it's not an attack. It's not. It's more like we are starting a rookie. We knew what this meant, right? If we didn't know what starting a rookie quarterback meant, then we should have dealt number 1 overall for Justin Herbert or something like that. Like, that should have been the play here. If you wanted a veteran, we should have gone and found a veteran. And then you would have been able to expect week 1 to get you 185 yards, just like the rest of the NFL. This was a disaster game. But it's a disaster with a lowercase d on a week where the other rookies were capital D underline disasters. Like, Bo Pix was out here looking to lose. Ant-Man, how you doing? What's going on? It is. There's so much PTSD. And Evan, you mentioned, we really ready to depend on the offense to win us games with a rookie quarterback, though? No, Evan, we aren't. Because, unfortunately, Bo Pix was way too easy. Like, Michael Perez, I'm right there with you. Where it's like, the moment that everybody caught a hold of that, it was like, that's tough. that's tough for Bo. But hey, Evan, here's the thing, okay? And anybody else out there, this may shock you. You're talking to the only person who's been consistently saying that this was all about 2025 anyways. And I'm just trying not to be pushy about it, I guess. Like, yeah, if you've listened to my podcast, I've talked about how it's possible that if the Bears get it all together really fast, they could potentially be a dark horse Super Bowl candidate. And I believe that. The NFC is wide open. Though, at this rate, at today, the 49ers look way too hard. The Bears do not look like they're there yet. The offense is a long way off. Like, been there. More what I'm saying, more what I'm working towards is Evan asked, do we really think we're ready to win games, though, with the rookie quarterback? I don't know. That was, in my opinion, that was never the goal. That's just part of living through it. Like, the answer just couldn't be sit Caleb, because you have to start Caleb. You can't sit him. He will play eventually. And not to mention, Case, we didn't just win with a game with a rookie quarterback. We won a game with no real offense to show for anything. Like, we won a game where the rookie quarterback didn't play well enough to win. So that's helpful. And Evan, I'm right there with you. You mentioned that the schedule doesn't have a bunch of Will Levises on it, but at least it does in October. Like, Bryce Young, followed by, I'm not about to hate on Trevor. Trevor's really good. But Bryce Young, followed by Jaden Daniels, followed by whoever's starting for the Patriots. I feel good. Now, Sam Darnold and those Vikings, they're looking testy. They're looking testy. And I'm right there with you. Like, the other thing I see, Donald, is I never want to be blind. Look, I run a show. Like, I deal with this. I got death threats over my takes on Justin Fields, for the love of goodness. Not that I care, because it didn't mean anything. It's just a bunch of Twitter. But the point being that, like, oh my gosh, I had this. No, I lost that one. I think it did. Oh yeah, Ben, 100%. And Fuzz, that can't shock you. Oh, I think it's that when I sit here and I'm trying to be optimistic. Oh yes, I remember what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, if you think I don't get the Bears PTSD, you're out of your mind. Like, I immerse myself in it so that I can try to relate to you guys. Like, that's this is just what people do. And I get it, Donald. But I'm gonna tell everybody, I think it's going to be way better for you all if you just don't get caught up in it as best you can. I know that's hard. Donald, I know you're old. I know your son can't go through too many more quarterbacks before at some point you just become a fan of the Chiefs anyways. Like, I'm there. I'll tell you, just so that we're all on the same page, the Bears have a 2-year ultimatum. They're 1-0 in my ultimatum. I need them to be 500 over the next 2 years. If the Bears don't play 500, or if the Bears don't play 500 football, I have a deal with my wife where I can't teach the Bears to my son, because if they're awful, if they're really that awful and they're really that disappointing, then he doesn't need to live through it, is sort of what I've said, which might sound like a quitter, but that's me saying this one's got to work. And I'm not worried about it working. I'm not, because and we're all at our wits' end here. We're all there in one way or another. I've interacted with so many fans that have told me, if Caleb doesn't work, I just don't know how to get ready for the next guy. Like, I get it, but we're gonna be all right. Where I don't know, I can't say for sure that Caleb's gonna be that dude. But what I can tell you is that it's hard for me to not look at Caleb and see somebody very similar to Kyler Murray. Not to mention, Donald. Let's go through one other piece of this. Who was the weak link in the Riley tree? For the longest time, people said, well, Hurts is good and Kyler's good. I don't know about Baker, though. Yeah, Baker looked like a king this last week. These Lincoln Riley quarterbacks are playing ball left, right, and center. Oh, Spencer Rattler is hilarious. But I say this because that's actually a good one. Yeah, Spencer Rattler's a great option, Rock. But I was even just talking about the ones that got drafted high in the NFL circles. So when I'm looking at Caleb and I'm watching him navigate the defense with his eyes, and move around and play the position, I can't help but look at the fact that he comes from a long line of Lincoln Riley quarterbacks that have also had success. And so, do I absolutely know? Do I absolutely know, Donald, that we're good to go? That you're not going to get hurt again? No. But here's what I will tell you, Donald. The ceiling still isn't high. We've kept telling ourselves, oh, what if the Bears have a Mahomes? Yo, what if they've got a Kyler? The Bears that we know should be able to have some fun Sundays if they have a Kyler. Like somebody who's just pretty good, somebody who's spicy. Did you guys catch any of the Buffalo game the other day? That looked fun. I refuse to get upset if the Bears lose a game 28-31. That's fun. Yeah, here goes Rome. And it's so bad, too. It's so bad. Because everybody says Velus took him out. This defender lights him up. Ugh. Here's the Swift hurdle. It's awesome. It's cooler on the All-22. It's hilarious seeing another number 11 who it's so funny to me seeing another number 11 who's also small in stature and also can't block for nothing anymore. Oh, that's actually not that bad. I came up with it, Eric, if you can believe it. But it was mostly like, let me see, for the love of God, Bayless on the team. No, I hear it. He did let us down, Evan. Bayless is selling on us. Swift's got some pace. I appreciate that. 138 of you guys are up at 1 in the morning. Y'all are nuts. The Bears keep banging the table for him too, Eric or Evan. I can do nothing. I can do nothing but try to imitate what the Bears are doing behind closed doors. Michael, gotta buy the dip. The Bears going zone read with Caleb was not something that I thought they were gonna do. The moment they did that, I was like, oh, so the clip is empty then, huh? That's awesome, Evan. Oh, Rip Carter. Oh, man. Pick him up. Pick him up. So, Reinhardt, are you saying that they'll be good? Or are you saying that they'll be, oh, you meant this D as in the Titans D? Picking up on that. I will say this, boys, and also girls. I forget that sometimes. Sorry. Any of my female fans. Thank you. I appreciate you. Look, I know nobody cares. I know this probably sounds like a Bears fan coping. I do think the Titans front was way worse than any of us thought it was going to be. And a good D line will wreck you. This reminded me a lot of the really bad Packers games. And for that to be a rookie quarterback's first start is awful. Funny, I remember a rookie quarterback that started against a really good defensive line. He didn't get quite the same chances, at least. No, he didn't. That Caleb did. But at least Caleb kept the bad things down. Mostly. Look, Nothing's easy, not in the NFL, but getting rocked up front, in my opinion, does not necessarily imply that the Bears are just awful. Uh, in case you did, and I just can't help but look at this, Austin, the defensive front. The offensive, or I thought the Titans' offense was very meek. Just to be clear, I like the Bears' defense a lot. The Bears' defense always should have mashed the Titans. I talked about that ad nauseum, in my opinion, on on the podcast. That I never understood why people liked the Titans' offense against the Bears. But let me see, Sir Lord. Yeah, losing the toughness battle isn't ever a good sign. I mean, they got beat, but there's a lot that's going to send these Bears back to the drawing board. And frankly, we'll see. We'll see what Waldron is made of. What I will say, Sir Lord, um, this is my 2 cents. If anybody came out a winner in this game, I personally think it was Eberflus. I did not think he had this kind of rally in him. We've seen Eberflus struggle to maintain leads, but the Bears were down in a game that I legit think was season flipping. Like, I personally believe that if you lose this game, it's a lot harder to work into your playoffs. It's a lot harder to get in. But you won this game. So now it's a little easier, actually quite a bit, to end up on the right side of 9-8 or even 10-7 if the offense picks things up as they go. And not only did they win that much, well, and that's the thing, Reinhardt, right? Reinhardt, and it's so funny too, because like, I'll tell you what, there are a lot of these guys in the chat that I've talked to over years, and they've been unbelievably pessimistic. Reinhardt being one of them. And a lot of Bears fans that have been pessimists are really liking what they're seeing right now, which is not mean with Caleb. It's not that simple. It's more like I'm surprised that we've had so much arm in arm. Like, this should be good. This should be fun. And I've loved it. I'll tell you what. Last year in the mid-third quarter, with the Bears getting blown out, last year in the third quarter, with the Bears getting blown out, they panned to the sidelines, and everybody looked shocked. Shocked. Then they rolled up to Tennessee, and the offense looked awful. So much that they had to just change everything in Kansas City, where they got annihilated. It was 0-3. It was disturbing. It was really bad. We remember that. This team went down 17-3 and simply willed their way to winning. They willed their way to winning through 3 field goals after a punt block. No, not 3 field goals. A punt block. Then the offense manufactured a field goal. 1. Then the defense created an opportunity for another field goal. So now it's 17-16. Then the offensive pressure was too much. Will Levis turned it over. We know the rest. At least the Bears picked up the 2-point conversion on offense. So the offense ends up, if you will, accountable for 8 points. So bad. But does that make you feel a little better? 2019 Mitch Trubisky scored 3 points. Justin Fields and against the Cleveland Browns, I believe, scored 3 points. The Bears offense behind Caleb Williams technically scores 8. If you don't want to count the 2-point conversion, they scored 6. Yes, we're very hung up on yardage, and I know that. But they did score some points, and they did earn some points. And I've watched way too many Bears teams. Way too many Bears teams. To not look at that and be like, 6 points? It has been worse. It has been worse. Especially when you get into the negative points. But maybe I'm coping. Could be. But I just laugh because I really have watched a lot of these Bears teams where they get blanked on offense. Y'all, we watched tape. I want to remind everybody, we watched real tape on Nick Foles with it was Alex Bars playing his first game at center ever in history. Jermaine Ifedi at right guard. I believe it was Larry Borum, the rookie tackle, uh, who was starting alongside. I couldn't tell you for the life of me who was playing left guard, and then Leno was on the other side, I think. Um, and that Nick Foles team went up against Kansas City, or no, they went up against Tennessee, and they were so heinous on offense. They were so heinous on offense that I remember it to this day. I mean, it was the worst constructed game I've ever seen. Nobody was on the same page. No, because everybody was hurt. Tumultuous. Everybody's saying it would have been Whitehair. Everybody was hurt. It was all backups. It was all backups except Leno and Ifedi. And I say that, I guess, Eric, because today this offense looked like a plan where a lot didn't work. A lot of your punches didn't land. Like, your guys didn't land them. And then a couple ideas also got stuffed. But it was an offense. And the players played badly in that offense because you might have underestimated some guys. But I've seen so many horrible, hopeless offenses. Quarterback by quarterback at times by guys who were equally hopeless. And Fields wasn't one of those. But some of the bad Mitch games, it was like, just go ahead and wrap it up. Nothing's gonna happen. And then it didn't. It was let me see. That Tennessee Bears game is the only Bear game in the last few years that I straight up didn't watch. I mean, I don't blame you at all. Like, y'all, we've been through some tough offensive times. And this is a tough offensive time. But I guess I feel like the tape is way better than the raw counting numbers say that it is. Which, like, duh. Not shocking, right? Of course it is. Because it was 148 yards. The context has to be better. But I don't know. I guess I could simplify this into saying, in my experience, most truly bad offensive days. Let me ask you this. Steel Pretzels, thank you for subscribing. Thanks for jumping in. Where on the Copo meter is this? Where on the Copo meter from 1 to 10 is this? In my experience, most really horrific offensive days involve a turnover or two, just by the nature of it. Like, I've seen it be really hard for your quarterback to just spray. And if they spray, they're going to eventually throw picks. So if you're not throwing picks, then you must not be completing any passes, which, to be fair, Caleb didn't. So that part's the truth. But surprisingly safe with the football, despite a throw chart that involved throwing over the middle and to the right and to the left and around the numbers and deep. Like, Caleb's attempts were where you want him. He just did not hit his shots. But I don't know. Yeah, he did, Reinhardt. Now, they called a billion screens, but he ended up having a surprisingly solid 2.7 second time to throw, which is hilarious because it was lower than Bo Nix and James Daniels. So there you go, right? Overall, Donald and others, 3.5 copium. I like it. Yeah, the tips are a problem, but seemed pretty hyper, right? Richard, I gotta go to bed. I still got work in the morning. Good Lord. That's gonna go bad. That's gonna go bad. But I'll tell you what's gonna go good is my mood for the rest of this season. I'm Captain Optimist, folks. I like a lot of the players on defense. I don't know if all of them are good, but they'll be fun to watch. I don't see why they wouldn't be. Um, this thing with Keenan Allen is going to play out one way or another. Maybe Keenan's washed. Maybe. But I doubt he's totally washed. And then maybe Rome sucks. Maybe, but I really doubt it. He moves too well. So you got time to figure all this out. Uh, anybody, one other thing that is kind of funny is it did seem like Rome is pretty involved, especially compared to JSN and what we saw the other time. Excited for the next pod. Also, let me see. I think the only other thing I'll say, there are so many Bears fans, so many NFL fans that want you to. I think Reinhardt, everybody seems to be expecting that. Case, we don't actually know. I think the D-line overachieved too, Richard, and they have a chance to do it again against the Colts and the Rams, especially if these Rams injuries remain. But I'll tell you what, I mean, most of the time, the Bears defensive line, okay, so I have this like running joke that I'm sure you guys have heard me make mention to, where there are some teams where you put on the jersey and it just makes you play blank. You put on the Bears jersey and usually it makes you a better defensive lineman, which I'm about. Usually makes you a great linebacker too. So if Tremaine's finally benefiting from the Bears jersey, I am all about that. If Caleb got cursed by the Bears jersey, then that sucks because I don't know if we'll ever watch that stain out. That's too bad. But hopefully the Bears jersey remains. And yeah, no kidding, Sir Lord. And some defensive linemen, Sir Lord. Like, I have a hard time looking at Andrew Billings, to use an example, and saying it's not the Bears jersey that's pushing us where we're going. Like, that's all aura. That's all Bears jersey. That's the GSH right there, calling you to greater action. But so take a breath. Remind people that it's September. Like for instance, Donald, when your brothers razz you about this kind of stuff, remind them that you're never as good nor as bad as your last game, no matter who you are. And at the end of the day, all of the games that matter to you happen so much later that today just isn't meaningful. I got you, D. Starin. In the future, maybe they'll get shorter, but I doubt it. We tend to get distracted and boiled down and try to talk about everything. It's not efficient. I wish it could be, but it isn't. Kmet gets another snap here. Let me know what you guys like. Let me know what you don't. Give it a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Until then, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.